Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone. Do we have any public comments before
We
we
do
go into
not.
closed session?
No.
Motion to move.
Motion to move into closed session. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Duncan. Madam Clerk? Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone. Do we have any public comments before
We
we
do
go into
not.
closed session?
We do not. No.
Motion to move.
Motion to move into closed session. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Duncan.
What's
Madam
happening?
Clerk? Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone. Do we have any public comments before
We
we
do
go into
not.
closed session?
We do not. No.
Motion to move.
Motion to move into,
Oh, I was wondering, I was like.
I'm
you
not
already asked that
speaking.
question.
Repeating yourself.
Yeah.
That's very
No, something's
familiar.
funny.
There's no
Can't
public
even-
comments.
Okay.
do you think we're done?
Yes.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock, Mayor Potem James.
Aye.
Mayor Ward,
Aye.
carries 4-0.
So on my hobby, I thought that short.
Yeah.
Would you tell staff, Brian, we're ready?
Meeting is live. Meeting is live.
All right, we are adjourned into public session. Madam Clerk, do we have someone to give the invocation tonight?
We do not.
Oh, we don't? Okay. Councilmember Ferguson, would you like to do the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure, it'd be my honor. Thanks, Mayor Ward. Please, everyone rise and put your right hand over your heart. Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember Duncan,
Here.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Here.
Councilmember Noblock,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Here.
and Mayor Ward.
Present.
The first item on the agenda is presentation of a city tile to Veronica Ferencz, Executive Assistant, in recognition of 25 years of distinguished service to the city of San Clemente.
I am so not ready to give this to you tonight. Every time I thought about it, I teared up. I thought,
We've been together since you came on council.
yes, yes. So what I would like to tell the public is that Veronica has worked for the city of San Clemente for 25 years. You are the executive assistant to the city manager. But what you also did was had to work with the city council and try to herd us, which is like herding cats, to get us to agree to appointment dates and calling people. But I just remember, and they probably do too, is when we came on, you were the first person that got a hold of us. And next thing we know, we're like sitting in front of a photographer and getting our picture taken. And we have this email that the minute you get this email, you start getting bombarded by, you're barely sworn in, and all of a sudden you get this email and you don't quite feel like a council member yet, but as soon as you start getting that email, but you are the one that kept us going and certainly kept me going and got me where I felt you were like bringing me along, like, it's okay. Yes, you're elected, so I'll just follow me, I'll do it. But so 25 years, does that mean you started thinking 1996?
Yeah.
96?
uh-huh,
Okay.
yeah. Started in recreation and
I just want to see if you want to talk a little bit about
yeah,
it.
no, I began my career in recreation at this community center here, part-time, and was very blessed to have Laura Ferguson and Mr. Paul Good Garrison have enough faith in me to take on the job as to the assistant city manager. And when Paul became city manager, I followed him to that office, and here I am now 26 years later, actually going to retire. It's exciting and nervous at the same time, but it's been such a pleasure. Seeing all of you up here, I deal with you one-on-one, so seeing all of you together is a little inundating. I will say, now I know what the public feels like, but you all have been so kind to me, and I hope I made your life a little bit easier in your calendars. And I just thank you for the opportunity. Really appreciate it.
That's what I meant by, I am just not prepared to give this to you. So I saw it on the calendar, on the agenda, and I was like, no, she's still working for us, but this is the council meeting before you leave. So.
Right,
Okay.
right.
All right. But I'm sure it feels different because we've been in COVID and,
Mhm.
this has been a strange time.
Yeah.
But I appreciate it. You've been ground zero for the residents too and the public. And I appreciate that. And both times that I've been mayor, I really appreciate all of your help. I really do.
Yeah, it's been great.
have a group photo with Veronica up here? That's a good idea. Who's the photographer? Who's the photographer? Thank you.
Mayor Ward, before we go on, can I say a few comments?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Just a couple from two folks who couldn't be here tonight. One from Kevin Evans. He's a previous Beaches, Parks and Rec Commission member and a director of community services for the city of Dana Point, lived in town here. And he says, cheers and congratulations on an incredible career. You are a cornerstone in San Clemente's success, both in the administration and in recreation. Now for the best job ever, retirement. And former mayor and councilwoman Lori Donchak said, thank you for taking such good care of San Clemente. You're leaving special touches everywhere. So fortunate you chose our city. It's better because of you. And I agree with those sentiments. I had the honor of working with Veronica for 18 and a half years. So I was so happy to have her be part of my career here at the city of San Clemente. She's so professional, creative, and I'll take credit for bringing her over here from Beaches, Parks and Recreation when Paul Garrison was looking for an assistant. And I said, she'll be just the best. And she turned out to be just the best and more. So thank you. And I wish you the best, and you're very fortunate. A lot of us are envious that you could retire in a time when you're healthy and happy when you want to. So all the best to you.
Congratulations, Veronica.
Yes.
The next item on the agenda is update on homeless issue, and I do have one speaker card from Rick Leffler.
Good evening, council. I hope you enjoyed your short but well-deserved vacation, if any of you got any vacation anyway. I know most of you were working the same way as if you weren't on vacation, but anyway, I hope you got a little bit of a respite. I wanted to bring up a couple of things real quick. I know the continuing work on the homeless situation is continuing. I'm excited. I know several citizens are excited that the issue that's happening down in the open lands down near Trestles right now with some Caltrans and state assistance and some evictions. And I think Mr. Sun's going to elaborate on that hopefully during this update. I know, like I say, a lot of citizens are going to be really excited about the progress that we've made down there. Also, I know that the city manager and council doesn't always take credit for a lot of things that they do managing the homeless situation here that people don't hear about. I wanted to bring up the fact that I know that the bench situation on Del Mar wasn't quite completed, and Mr. Sun wasn't aware that it wasn't quite completed. And as soon as he was made aware, within 2 days, the situation was completed, benches were replaced, armrests were put on them. Like I say, 2 days later, which is incredible. Really want to thank him for that and the council support on that. Also, there was a situation on El Camino Real just north of the train station where there had been a small encampment placed over an electrical outlet box. They've been going on there for over a month. I noticed driving by there today that encampment, no, let me stop for you. Go ahead, Councilman. Anyway, I noticed that that was cleared out. There was a chain, no trespassing chain across it. And so that won't be a problem in the future. And that's another great situation. Also, I want to say that I'm really optimistic with our new outreach employee. Carly seems to be doing an incredible job hustling, meeting people. And I just am so optimistic with her hire. And then you put that together with FAM that I know that she's working very closely with. I think we're just going to see a huge improvement in our service to our homeless in our community, which is going to affect us all in a positive way. And that all bring down to, I'm very optimistic. Also, we have a new police chief, Captain Benfield. I think we're going to see great things from him. I see another member of our public safety, Chief Campo Bianco is here. I've been working really closely with him on public safety matters in general. And anyway, I just think the difference between now and a few months ago, as far as the optimism, as far as managing the homeless situation and seeing positive effects, has just been tremendous. I want to thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
So Mayor, really quick, before we have a special presentation on the do's and don'ts, just a couple of things under homeless update that I want to communicate. And so we were made aware of an encampment outside of the city's boundaries, basically just south of the Christianitos exit on the northbound 5 freeway. That encampment is in the Caltrans right of way in the Caltrans district that resides in San Diego County. Caltrans is working on a eviction process. However, Supervisor Lisa Bartlett and Senator Pat Bates, their offices were made aware, and there were some concerns that there wasn't enough outreach services occurring before the eviction. So Caltrans has put a hold for 2 weeks while San Diego County as well as Orange County services work with these individuals to get them into services. Some of them are San Clemente's homeless and some of them are San Diego's. So collaboratively, I know the health officer, or should be the Orange County Healthcare Agency, was going to be out there this week working with them, as well as San Diego County. So I'm led to believe within the next couple of weeks, they'll be doing the eviction, but we'll be providing ample services up to that point as part of that cleanup. And then tonight, or this presentation before you for do's and don'ts, I've had an opportunity to meet with some constituents and they voiced their concerns with regards to homeless. And I thought this venue would be a good venue for a couple of things to educate the public as to the do's and don'ts of homeless. And then we also invited FAM to give a brief presentation as to what their services are and their accomplishments. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Adam Atamian, our code compliance manager, who will provide the update in conjunction with Carly Hunter, our community outreach worker.
Thank you, Eric. Adam Atamian, Manager Code Compliance and the Park Rangers. I'm joined tonight, as Eric mentioned, by our community outreach worker, Carly Hunter, and we are pleased to be able to present to you tonight on this item of the homeless update a few things, beginning with a new card that the city has put together. I don't know if we have that available to put on the screen. That would be excellent. While that is coming up. So I will just let you know this, there are these cards available at the community center, and then additional ones will be available around town as things open up. This is the do's and don'ts of responsible compassion. I'm going to kick it off to Carly to begin the going a little bit more into depth. These points are mostly self-explanatory, but a couple of these items we're going to discuss in a little bit more detail. So Carly, or if you can take it away.
Thanks, Adam, and good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Carly Hunter, and I'm the city's community outreach worker. It's been a pleasure so far to be serving the city. So first off, treat people who are homeless with respect. We appreciate anybody in the community that wants to help our homeless people. If you are concerned with someone, say hello, say hi, or acknowledge them in any way to open up a conversation. A lot of people, if you engage or if you have a conversation, it will sometimes help them in the future to consider accepting services. And sometimes a homeless person just wants to be heard. Volunteer for organizations helping the homeless. Try to learn about local organizations in your community. Sometimes the best thing you can do is volunteer your time. Most homeless organizations run and rely mostly on their volunteers, so that is a great way to help the homeless. Donate to charities helping the homeless. This is a great way to help as well. While learning about your local organizations, do some investigating on which ones you might consider donating to. You may consider the 501c organizations. That way you're able to see exactly where your donations are going to and how they're directly impacting the homeless community. FAM is a perfect example of an organization that relies heavily on their volunteers and their donations, and in turn is able to considerably help the homeless. If you don't feel comfortable speaking to somebody that is on the streets, of course, you do not have to. Always make sure that you are not putting yourself at risk. Consider your safety first, and reach out to the city for assistance and let us know about somebody that may need our services. City contact info is on that card. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. So while we still have the card up on the screen, if we can scroll down to the bottom of the card, I just want to make sure that that's perfect. Thank you. So in addition to what Carly said, we also want the public to maintain awareness, of their situation. We do encourage people, if there are public nuisances or illegal activity they're concerned with, please call either the city or the Orange County Sheriff's Department, especially if it's a life-threatening emergency, then call 911. We also want people to know, if they own property, people do not have a right to trespass on private property. And if that's an issue, we recommend that you contact the city. They can also contact Orange County Sheriff's Department. We work in unison with them to address issues of trespassing. The community outreach worker, Carly's contact information is on the bottom of this card, along with the Sheriff's Department. Now, at the very bottom of the card, it says, for more information, go to www.san-clemente/homeless. This is our homeless resource page, and we invite the public to go there. It also has Carly's information, but it also has a couple other things. You can take the card down now. It's got a couple other things. The first thing it has is some more information, some more resources available to the public. There are things like links to Orange County 211, which is a countywide system of helping people who need services acquire those services. And the other thing that this site has is the monthly reports. So staff, seeing as how June was Carly's first month in this position, it's taken us a little bit longer to put together the first monthly report. That we did not have that complete by the time in order to publish this prior to the meeting. So it will be out later this week. A couple items of note from this. This is, again, for the month of June. We had 168 outreach contacts. These were with 48 unduplicated individuals. And at this point, we have 13 people that we are helping with case management. So the first month was quite busy. The additional statistics will be in a report that will be posted on the city's website at that address. And we will provide information as well when that gets posted. We will have the month of July done before the August meeting and have that published as well. And then staff will return to give a presentation on both June and July's outreach numbers at the August meeting. That concludes Carly and I's portion of the presentation. If there's any questions, we are more than happy to field those at this time.
Anyone have any questions?
Just a quick one, Mayor Ward.
Sure.
Just to clarify, Adam, I think one thing that would be helpful too is seeing progress over time, right? And so that's sort of just what you were talking about. But as you look to compare the July to the June, one of the things I think that was a little disappointing with CityNet was it was hard to get a handle on whether there was progress being made or how do we measure that. So that would be something, it's not really a question, I guess, just to confirm that's going to be in your mind when you're presenting those month-over-month numbers to us.
Absolutely. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to that, Councilmember Duncan. We have, staff has paid attention to the comments that the council has made related to previous reports, and we are within the bounds of what information can be publicly available. We are going to provide as much information as we can that demonstrates progress over time, as well as a more complete picture of the issues at hand presently.
Mayor Ward, I have a question. Yes, please. Adam, the evictions that the city manager spoke about, when those occur in 2 weeks, and it starts to be implemented fully, where do the people go?
Well, I'll tell you a couple things on that. The first is that
Damien,
on Friday,
I don't think he can hear us.
Adam, I think the city manager would like to speak to that.
oh, sorry.
First and foremost, the goal with the county of San Diego and the goal of Orange County is to get them connected to services before the eviction so that they find a spot before the eviction. If those individuals are service resistant and do not want to take services, we have a concern, as does Supervisor Bartlett, as well as Senator Bates, that some of those will come back into San Clemente because they have ties to San Clemente. So that's something that we're taking very seriously before the eviction, because we want them to accept services and find other locations rather than being evicted and all come into San Clemente. So the goal between now and the next 2 weeks is to saturate them with services and options, both in the county of Orange and the county of San Diego.
Okay, so they go wherever they want once they're evicted, basically.
If they don't accept services,
Yes.
they
Okay.
go wherever they want.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so Mr. Tamian and Ms. Hunter, I'm looking forward to that first report. And I understand it's, this first month's been pretty successful, and I thank you for your service. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam and Carly.
Thank you.
And next on the agenda is a presentation by Elizabeth Andrade, Chief Executive Officer of Family Assistance Ministries, concerning the ministry's activities.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you so much for allowing me to share about FAM. I've been given 5 minutes. I could talk for 5 hours, so I will talk fast, and I apologize for that. But there will be an opportunity if you have any questions, and I hope to make this an ongoing report out to you all about the progress that FAM is making and the goal that we continue to thrive for, which is partnership, true partnership with the city. So with this slide, before we transition over, I'd like to take a moment and acknowledge and celebrate with all of you. FAM has been recognized by Senator Pat Bates as the 2021 Nonprofit of the Year for this district. It is an honor that we have been selected, especially given the challenges that we faced in serving the community during the pandemic. And so it's an acknowledgement to FAM, to the community that we're within, and all of the support that we've received in order to serve those in most need. So if you can go to the next slide, I will, given the time provided today, be able to hit on 3 main areas. One will be an overview of the services that are provided by FAM. The second is I want to make sure that we all understand the resource of the FAM food pantry here in the city of San Clemente. And then third, I want to share some numbers with you, not to give you all numbers, but for you to have some points of reference as we talk about the FAM services. Where are we achieving success? Where may there be some room to grow, and maybe some room to partner as well, as we look at innovative opportunities to resolve some of the issues that we're seeing in our community. So with the services offered by FAM, we exist to prevent and end hunger and homelessness in South Orange County. That is our mission. That is our vision. We envision a community in which those 2 areas, people who are hungry and people who are without shelter, no longer exist. And with that goal, we have services aligned to support community members who are facing both hunger and homelessness, or are near facing homelessness, which is really important to our mission and to our identity, is prevention. We understand preventing someone from becoming homeless is a greater intervention, both financially. It makes more sense to prevent versus reacting to when they are homeless, as well as the trauma that a household can face once they are on the street. So we really take a strong position on the prevention. And to that, case management is a term that you've heard. It's kind of our umbrella terminology. It means relationship. It means that we are not only transactional and providing resources to folks that need support, but we want to build that relationship. And it's a part of our service delivery model. We understand that specifically for services like food or financial assistance, it could be perceived as though there is a transaction and that it's transactional based, but understanding that with food and with some of the other services that we offer, oftentimes that is a symptom and not the root cause. And providing someone who's hungry with food is what we're called to do, but understanding that that may not solve their long-term problem. What they may need is support with employment or connectivity to additional resources or medical care, dental care. There may be some underlying root causes that are aggravated, and the outcome of that, or the surface level reaction, is that they need food. So I'll let you kind of see that. You can all read the services. Homeless response. If you take anything away from my presentation today, know that FAM does more than food. FAM does more than food. So if we can go to the next slide. I'm going to talk about food and how people access food. Someone who's in need in our community can go to our website and request information on how to sign up for food. Again, it is about that relationship. We want to know what their needs are more than just the food that they're requesting. They can call our front desk and schedule an appointment to come in and pick up food. Again, talk to a case manager, fill out some information. They can come in to our website, to our headquarters on 1030 Calle Negocio. We ask that they bring a form of ID, bring proof of their address, proof of income. We want to make sure where they are, and if there's room for them to grow their income, we want to help them with that. And then they complete an intake form, which allows us to track some demographic information, and data is very important to us. So that is the reason that we collect that information off the bat. How we access food, how do we bring food into FAM? We partner. We are heavily invested in our community partners, our food banks in the county, as well as our faith-based organizations, donations, civil organizations, all help to bring in the resources to provide the services that we're able to offer. We can go to the next slide. These are some of our accomplishments. Our fiscal year is July to June. And in the last fiscal year, which ended at the end of June, these are some preliminary numbers that we're comfortable with sharing tonight, but it's very, very early in closing out the fiscal year for us. But so these may change. I'll just make that as a caveat. There is great level of need that we saw in our last fiscal year around nutrition, around food services. These are numbers specifically to San Clemente residents who access both nutrition, senior commodities, our homeless prevention program. Just a quick note, FAM is the county contracted agency for South Orange County who received the funds from the Treasury to provide rental assistance. So as you've heard about the tremendous investment from the federal government on preventing people from becoming homeless, preventing evictions, FAM has been awarded those dollars, and we've worked tremendously to try to get those funds out as quickly as possible to eligible households. And for San Clemente, that today equates to over nearly 2,800 hours of case management, serving 262 households for nearly $2 million of rental assistance. So a tremendous need, as is reflected by the numbers, and an ability to serve them. So you could say that those individuals who receive that assistance will be prevented from entering into homelessness. Last slide. I'll leave you with an opportunity to engage. As Carly so graciously mentioned, FAM does rely on volunteer support, community support. A way to support FAM and to be engaged with FAM in a very meaningful way is our back to school program. We are striving to serve 500 children returning to school with backpacks and school supplies. We will have a distribution on Saturday, August 14th at 9 o'clock on our headquarters on 1030 Calle Negocio. We're in need of items. We're still in need of volunteers. If you'd like to engage, if you'd like to learn more, you can visit our website. You can stop on by. We're happy to give you a tour. Many of you have already come to tour FAM in my short tenure there. I've been there for 18 months. So I've seen many of you there, some of you as recently as today. Thank you, Councilmember Duncan. Appreciate your support. But there is a tremendous need in our community. We strive again to partner and to address the issues that we're seeing in the most responsible and creative of ways, understanding that not all programs fit every community, and tailoring the approaches to meet the demand of our local community is extremely important. And in conclusion, I'd like to just acknowledge a couple of other FAM members that are here in the audience today. We have Mary Gray Purdue, who's our Chief Development Officer, Nancy St. Pierre, who is our chair for our board, and all of our board positions are volunteers. Dick Vale, who is our former chair, who is still a very active board member, and Lorraine Hoon, who is our secretary of the board. So again, we are a committed group of caring individuals who are also very strategic in wanting to address the issues with real solutions. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much for your time.
So thank you for that presentation. I have a question on the school drive. Do you keep some sort of inventory of what you're getting so that people kind of can look at a website or something to see what you need, what they could buy? So you don't end up with like
All spiral
800
notebooks.
lunchboxes and, none of the other.
Yes, we do. So we are actively updating our most needed items on our website. So that's the most updated form to identify what we need. I will say today, as of 5 o'clock today, we still are in need of all of the items. Primarily, if you're looking to support, think about the teenagers that's going back to school and a backpack for that teenager. Oftentimes we get a lot of the really cute pink ones, the little ones for the elementary school age children, but I encourage you to think about that teenager, and they need a backpack as well.
Yeah, and they could use a little more love this year, I think, going back to school. And we hope that that is going to be in the next, 2 or 3 weeks? We hope.
Less than a month, yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's coming up. So I appreciate that. And I would ask city manager, could we get that school drive? Could that be on our website just that people see?
Thank you for that.
Thank-
Appreciate the
You're
support.
welcome. Thank you very much for
Thank
that
you.
presentation.
Mayor Ward, one question.
Yes.
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead, Mayor. Go ahead.
First,
ahead.
Ms. Enrati, congratulations on being selected as Pat Bates's nonprofit of the year.
Thank you.
It's commendable. Talk to me about, and this is not a trick question, I'm intrigued. Your development activities and how, what type of fundraising plan do you have? Do you have major donors? Do you have corporate donors? How does that work?
It's a great question. We operate on a private-public partnership model. We are active in not only raising the funds needed to support the different initiatives that we're launching, but also community information and awareness. There is a different level of understanding on what hunger and homelessness means, specifically in South Orange County. And so our development plan is two-pronged. It's the financial piece, which we know is real, as well as the communication and community goodwill. There is a strategic plan that we're operating off currently. As I mentioned before, we were awarded the funding from the federal government. There is local funding to address these needs. That's public dollars. And as FAM and as provided direction from our board of directors, we are designed to take on those dollars and implement them locally because of our reputation, because people know to go to us for resources and support. Having those additional dollars will quickly allow us to implement programs to meet the need. So I would say, yes, we are active in engaging the community, those who have a heart and want to provide financially. We are engaging volunteers to come in and help support and alleviate some of our hard costs that it takes to do this work. And then we're also being very aggressive with some of the new dollars that are coming from both the federal and the state.
And so it appears that you're very successful at addressing the symptom. Do you see it as your role at all to deal with the root cause of the problem? And if so, what are you doing about that?
So it's about how you look at the services. So in the listing of data that I shared with you today, you'll see that some of them are outputs. So output meaning the case management hours. That's something that we are providing and not necessarily telling you what the impact of that is. We're also sharing with you some of the impact. There were 10 households who were moved off the streets and reconnected with family members or friends somewhere else. We were able to provide them with the financial means to get there, case management to ensure that they were connecting with someone. So that is an outcome that is addressing some of the immediate needs that they have and some of the root causes. Mending relationships is a support mechanism for them. We're talking about upstream and what it means for someone who's hungry and homelessness and what are some of those root causes for them. And a lot of the common thread between them is economic. They're either not making enough, they're in a position where they need additional support to be able to afford. Their housing is not affordable to them. So they either need to increase income or they need to find a more affordable housing. So oftentimes what we look at in our case management interaction with them is what is that underlying piece of it? Have they been homeless before? How long have they been coming to us for food? What are some of the resources that they're identifying as wanting, and then recommending some of the additional resources that we can connect them to quickly.
You know, as you well know, I walked through some of that housing you have with Dick one night, not too long ago. Might have been a long time ago. Might have been 6-7 months ago. You know, I was struck as how well those houses were kept up, how the cleanliness that was maintained in those houses as we walked through them. How long do those families stay in those units that you have on a typical basis? Because that was the one question I walked away from, forgot to ask that night.
Mm-hmm. So I'm so glad that you had the opportunity to tour our shelters, and the shelters that we operate are designed to serve homeless families. So families with at least one minor age child in the home, or single unaccompanied women. And the length of time for each of those households is 3 to 6 months. We believe that during the 3 to 6 months, there is enough resource and support provided to them to stabilize and then connect to a housing option. We want everybody who leaves the shelter to be connected to a permanent housing solution. I will add that with COVID, we did not have the opportunity to move people out after 6 months. It was dangerous to move people out. So we did extend, but that was caused by COVID in a response to want to keep people as safe as we possibly could. Again, it varies. There's some households who will get connected to housing a week, 2 weeks after they're in our shelter. And first and foremost, what we exercise with everyone who comes to FAM is the diversion approach. So exploring what natural resources they have available to them that they could connect to. And that's why Homeward Bound is so important and such a effective mechanism to reduce costs. It's a cost-effective program and connect people to where they may be the most successful with family and friends.
Madam Mayor, I have one more question.
Yes.
If you'll indulge me. Probably the number one piece of disinformation, misinformation, information, whatever you want to say, that's out there is there are not allegations, but there are concerns in the community that you become a magnet for homeless people. Could you address that and tell us why you're not, why your program is so important to the city, please?
Absolutely. It is, I have heard that as well, not only about FAM, but other organizations that I've worked with, is if you have a resource like FAM that provides such rich resources and support, and it's so welcoming and people, you know, are okay with coming to us, that it would attract more. I mentioned how we track data. We are focused on our outcomes. We are focused on our outputs, and we're focused on the demographics. So we're seeing where folks are coming to us from. So when you talk about a magnet, I envision folks from other areas coming and being attracted to our services. And the data just doesn't support that at this time. We are serving locally. 25 to 50% of everyone that we serve, depending on the program that we're looking at, is San Clemente resident. They've identified San Clemente, and we've received some kind of verification that they are from the city. So data dispels that just right off the bat. Why it's important to have a partner like FAM, I believe, in every community, is the fact that you have a social service arm. You have the ability as a city to refer to an organization that's able to partner with the county, partner with the ongoing resources, be a hub for not only the community members in need, but the community members who want to help to join and lock arms and create solutions. We're completely transparent. So I think that that's another plus about FAM, is that we're an open book, and we share our data. We partner well with the county and with resources. We're in full support of Carly, and think she's doing a fantastic job, and she's offering a segment of services that FAM does not provide. We don't provide outreach. So when I think about magnet, FAM is really the opposite of the effect that we would see if it were to be a magnet to attract more people in need.
Ms. Andretti, you present very well. You're a great representative for your organization, and your board should be very proud of you. And Madam Mayor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Dunn.
Sure. I'll try to make it short.
Sorry.
You've been standing up there a while. Elizabeth, just to correct the record also, it wasn't me at the shelter day. Actually, it was my wife, Haley, and my 3 kids, Brooklyn, Olivia, and Rika, who volunteered today. So super proud of them. Well, thank you again, and congrats on the award. I think you fulfill a service in San Clemente that's needed, fill that need, and we're fortunate to have you, and you make us look good. So appreciate that. I just want to touch on one minor point. It's a little bit of what Mayor Pro Tem James was saying. You know, we see here on the don'ts list, don't give away food. So can you explain the process? And you touched on it a little bit in your presentation, but I really want to crystallize it. When someone comes in and needs food, is that it? Do they just get the food and walk away? Or is it broader than that?
Yes, yes. So completely agree. Don't provide food directly to the community. Send them to FAM, because when they arrive to FAM, what they'll receive is more than the sandwich or the ready to go pack of food. What they'll receive is the opportunity to engage with additional resources. Again, we're all striving and working so hard to connect people who are on the street into housing. It may not be the housing that we wish for them. It may not be a 1-bedroom apartment. It may be a room rental. It may be something that works for them and they can sustain, but that's got to be our focus point. That has to be what we're all striving to. And so when they engage with FAM and in their mind, they're there for a sandwich, what we're providing them with is that interaction, that transaction of that meal, but also the opportunity to connect with some additional resources that may get them closer to that housing. So our question to them and what our case managers provide them with is, how are you working towards housing? What progress have you made? And for some, it's as simple as, I was able to go to the DMV and get my ID. Whoa, do we celebrate those accomplishments? Because as easy as it is for us to get in our car and go to the DMV, for some of us better than others, because I don't prefer to be in the line at the DMV, but it is such a monumentous opportunity for them to demonstrate their perseverance and their demonstration that they do want housing. They are in it to engage. And so I would encourage folks to send people to FAM, not to have people lined up, because it's a quick interaction, but they are getting what they need. They are getting healthy, nutritious food, and they're getting that along with case management.
Right. And case management includes connecting them to services they may need depending on what their issue is.
That's exactly right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Noblock.
A couple of quick questions, Ms. Andretti. Thank you for your presentation. When Carly gave her presentation, she mentioned that there were 168 contacts. 48 of them were unduplicated, which means basically have a core of 48 people that you're constantly interacting with. Your numbers, do you have a similar numbers so that rather than counting all the contacts, because you have the same family being contacted a number of ways, multiple times, so you could have hundreds or thousands of contacts. Do you have that core unduplicated contact number or to relate to the statistics you gave?
Yes. So because we are working so closely with Carly, we've been able to match up our list of those that are reporting and presenting homeless at FAM and those that she's been able to engage with. They're roughly about the same. We have a little bit of a higher census count right now for San Clemente. And that could be a variety of reasons. Somebody was in San Clemente and then they went to San Juan, or in San Juan came to San Clemente. So it's a fluid, not to exceed a certain percentage, but yes, we are comparing lists, and it's currently very similar in size.
About 48, give or take.
Just about.
Okay, well, that was my second question. Thank you for answering that.
Of
Thank
course.
you very much.
So let me just say, I want to thank you, but I want to thank all of FAM for the work. I want to thank you publicly, the work that you've done this past year, unprecedented. I can honestly say the city council, we had so much to deal with during COVID. And one of the things that we did not have to deal with was rent. People were not coming to us to help them pay rent. We had some businesses that we helped, but as far as housing went, that was you. That was organizations like the Boys and Girls Club doing what they can also. But what you did this past year is phenomenal. And I think you deserve very much to be the nonprofit of the year. I think Pat Bates picked very well. But I want to thank you because I have to tell you as a council member, and I speak for all of us, to not have to worry about that and have you take care of that was hugely important to us because we were very worried about our residents. And so we can only do what we can, and that's administration of the city and do what we can, but you've definitely fulfilled that. And so you are a welcome partner to San Clemente.
Thank you. Thank you for those kind words. And thank you all for the service that you provide to San Clemente. I'm proud to be a part of FAM, and we will continue to look for innovative ways to partner with the city. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, could we calendar them coming back in 6 months?
Yes. I see our city clerk writing that down. So they'll contact you for that council day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is introduction of Tony Benfield, San Clemente's new Chief of Police Services.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So Mayor, members of the City Council, a press release went out last week. We had the honor of having our new Captain of Police Services, Tony Benfield, starting on Monday. So this is just day 2. He comes from the Southeast Division. I think it'll be a welcomed captain to our division and our police services. And I know that he's still getting acclimated and so forth, but I think it's important to note that we'll be recognizing National Night Out on August 3rd. There'll be a press release and that'll be at Maxburg Park from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. And as I'm told, Captain Benfield will be there. So that'll be a great opportunity for the public. It's not too far off to come and meet him, but I wanted him to come to the podium and just introduce himself and say hello. I know the council's had an opportunity to meet him and just have him have an opportunity to say a few words and welcome him to the community of San Clemente.
Thank you, Mr. Sun. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll be brief. I know the agenda's busy tonight. I am looking forward to this opportunity to serve as Chief of Police for the City of San Clemente. As some of you know, I've spoken with previously. This will be my first assignment in the City of San Clemente in my career in the 24 years that I've worked for the Sheriff's Department. But fortunately, I've inherited a very capable team of sergeants, investigators, deputies, and civilian staff to include our volunteers to help get me up to speed. I am confident that we'll be able to work together with the council and with members of the community to address any concerns that they may have. And I'm excited to be part of the team.
Great. Well, I know I speak for all the council when we say welcome. And we're going to enjoy working with you. And it's nice for you to come up tonight and the city can see you and be introduced to you. And that's mainly what we wanted to do tonight.
Great.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Benfield.
Welcome, Tony.
I think it's, well, I mentioned National Night Out and I see Orange County Fire Authority in the audience. They too are invited to National Night Out. So I'm hoping we see their new fire truck at that event as well.
City Manager, could you explain what National Night Out is, just to clarify?
I'm going to actually let Captain Benfield actually address that. I think that would even be more appropriate in terms of what National Night Out is.
So National Night Out is a nationally recognized event. It typically takes place on a specific day, August 3rd, but it could be any day in August, where it gives the community an opportunity to come out and interact with their local law enforcement and other emergency services, including our partners in fire. So it's just a great community event where we can discuss, show off some of our equipment and discuss community needs with the community.
What was the time on that?
5 to 8
p.m.
o'clock.
8 p.m.
What day?
Oh,
August 3rd.
August 3rd.
It's a Tuesday.
coming up.
Well, thank you, Tony, and I really appreciate that because I do think there's a desire in the community to feel closer, to have more interaction with the police services, with the deputies, and the other staff. And so applaud you on getting that set up in your second day, being ready to rock and roll with that, and look forward to going myself.
And we do as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have heard about that. The new fire engine, is it an engine or a truck? Or do
Yeah,
we know?
I'm gonna. I
Does
would
it have
say
a
it's
ladder?
Engine, right? Is that the appropriate? No, it's a truck.
See,
So it's a truck.
I get schooled on that all the time. I don't really know the difference
So
either.
you prompt me. I have to tell kind of a unique story. So Capobianco just returned from vacation, but right before he went on vacation, we saw a fire truck at Presidio, or excuse me, at Presidio, at Calle Negocio at City Hall with the ladder going onto the roof. And immediately I thought, oh my gosh, what's going on? And then I find out they just got the truck, and where's the best place to test it but City Hall to make
Mhm.
sure all the equipment works correctly. So I got an opportunity to see the new unit. It's absolutely beautiful. Adds a lot of different capabilities from a life-saving and fire safety perspective. So it's a good addition to the team.
And what station is it at?
59.
Thank you.
Next is a monthly financial report for May of 2021.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jake Ron, and I'm here to present the general fund financial update for fiscal year 2021 through the month of May. The general fund is the main operating fund of the city, and I'm just going to cover some highlights from the May financial report. For revenues, the fiscal year 2021 budgeted revenues are 67.4 million, and the revenues are currently at 64.1 million. So we're at 95% of the total for the year, which is a very good spot at this point. The percentage is actually higher than last year's percentage of 88%, and the dollar total is about 2.9 million higher than it was last year at this point. So we are ending the year strong and will likely exceed the adjusted budget for the year from a revenue standpoint. The major revenue sources for the city's general fund, again, as we've always said in the past, are property taxes and sales taxes. And property taxes have exceeded the budget at this point, and sales taxes are on track to exceed the budget for the fiscal year. We still have some receipts that have to come in, but those accruals will come in and will likely exceed the revenues for that. Again, these are the two highest revenue sources for the city's general fund. That being said, the continued pandemic restrictions resulted in staff coming at mid-year with revenue reductions in a lot of other categories. They included permits and fees, service charges, which included a lot of recreation classes and rental activities. These revenue sources have started to recover and receipts have increased. In fact, right now, service charges and permits, if you look at the report, are exceeding the budget amount for the year. However, keep in mind, actual amounts are still lower than the previous year due to the lengthened shutdown, but generally we are in a good position to end the year. Staff doesn't see any revenue issues as we end the fiscal year from a revenue standpoint. For the expenditures, the fiscal year budget is 74.1 million, and expenditures are currently at 59.3 million, or 80%. The budget is in line with last year's percentage of 79%, but the dollar amount is lower from the previous year by about 3.2 million. Again, most of this is in salary and benefit, well, it's across all categories, but salary and benefits are down 785,000 due to a lot of the vacant and frozen positions that occurred during the year. Supplies costs are down about 125,000. Additionally, other contractual services, other charges, capital outlay, and interdepartmental charges are down. The only category that is up is the interfund transfers and debt, and that's mostly due to the additional payments that we made on the pension during the fiscal year. All revenues are down from the previous year actuals, except police, fire, and community development. And community development is primarily due to the park ranger and code compliance programs. Park ranger program was in beaches, parks, and rec in the previous year, and we moved it over. So as stated previously, we'll be ending the year strong, and we won't be using emergency reserves, and we'll end with the emergency reserves at 13.6 million, and staff is available for any questions that you might have on it.
Does anyone counsel? Go ahead, Mayor.
So I'm looking over here, Jake, so we're going to finish the year at 100% for the year?
Yeah, we should exceed 100% from the revenue standpoint. As far as the expenditures, we'll see where we end up. There's still a lot of costs that need to be accrued back to the old fiscal year. So
very good. Sales tax. So Are you able to discern the difference between our local retail sales tax and e-commerce sales tax?
Some of those information is provided to us as part of our third-party consultant, but a lot of that information is confidential and not available for general release or even any kind of release. So,
do you have that information?
Not specifically. So,
and then the third question I have has to do with the pension. You brought up the pension. We're 2 years in the rears, not 2 years in the rears, but there's a 2-year lag time between when CalPERS makes a determination from an actuarial perspective and basically an actuarial perspective and an investment perspective of whether we're going to owe or whether we're going to be in the positive area. Where do you think we're going to end up on that?
So for the last fiscal year, well, it's going to be a little bit complicated, but the previous fiscal year we had the 4.5 and CalPERS expects a return of 7%. We'll be dealing with that next fiscal year. However, this last fiscal year, their projection or their released amount was they had a return of 21.3%. So that will be good for, I'll call it fiscal year 2024. One other minor complication that's getting worked in is CalPERS has what's called a risk mitigation. So what that does is as CalPERS anticipates returning 7%, because of those high returns, they're actually lowering what they call the discount rate, their anticipated rate of return to 6.8. So it kind of offsets a little bit, but overall for fiscal year 2024, that 21.3% will be good for pension.
So we should not anticipate that our $49 million in unfunded pension liability will be jumping this year. Is it true?
It won't be reflected for one more year. And again, we'll be bringing back probably in October some of the new actuarial information, which again incorporates the 4.5 as opposed to the 7. And then in August of 2022, they would release that effect of the 21.3% return.
Thank you, Jake. That's all I have, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. So Jake, just a really quick question. If CalPERS got 21.3%, why is it averaged down where we're expecting 6.8? Is that going into some back year funds or something for reserves? Why, where they don't want to get everyone excited about a big jump?
Well, one of the main things, again, is called a risk mitigation. So I think what they would take into consideration is the investments they're making and maybe modify that so we don't have, I'll call it, a significant amount of volatility up and down. So it's a little bit more consistent from year to year without that volatility from year to year.
So they'll use that amount to kind of smooth everything out. So that
yes, I'll call it stabilize the investment returns a little bit more.
All right, which is easier for cities to budget for and be.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is there any other questions?
No, I just wondered, Jake, if you could tell us where the 21.3 comes from. That's a huge jump over the last 3 or 4 years. Do you have any thoughts on that, or do you know?
It's just because the stock market did well this last fiscal year. They benefited from it along with, I'll call it, the general economy and other individual investors. So again, I would say it was part of the market returns as a whole and comparable to other investment returns.
All right, Jake, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jake.
All right, thanks.
Members of the audience who wish to address council on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the city of San Clemente, but not separately listed on the agenda, may do so during the oral communications portion of the meeting. Speakers may address council once during either oral communications part 1 or part 2. A total time limitation of 30 minutes is allocated for oral communications part 1, with each speaker being allotted 3 minutes, which to give his or her presentation. And I do have some cards.
All right.
The first card is from Jake Thorworth.
Oh, I just came to speak about the Amazon warehouse that is trying to get a permit through. And I'm very disappointed that we aren't making a bigger issue out of this. I realize the permit very early in the process, and you can't commit to a lot of things. But people need to know that this is coming, because it is so far through that, as far as I can tell, they're already starting to work on some of these things. And I just don't feel that people are aware that it's coming, and they don't know what a disaster that's going to be on Calle del Cerro. And it's just going to destroy our street. So what are you planning on doing? If that goes through, you're going to put in traffic lights, a half a dozen traffic lights on the street. I won't be able to cross the street. So I just want more exposure of this. I don't want it to be pushed under and hidden. And right now, I feel that that's what's happening with it. People need to know that this thing is coming our way. I don't see any way that you can stop it. It's going to keep doing. That's all I have to say.
The next speaker is Doug Barr.
Mayor Ward, council members, city manager. I'm Doug Barr. I'm a bit of an outsider. I'm from Mission Viejo. I'm also a counselor at Saddleback College. I feel like I'm joined at the hip a little bit with San Clemente. And first of all, I want to acknowledge the city manager's office. And I wish Veronica was still here. You have donated and been part of the Saddleback College Foundation Scholarship fundraiser as long as I can remember, by contributing a certificate for a foursome of green fees at the San Clemente Municipal Golf Course. And that's been part of helping raise scholarship funds for our students, many of whom are San Clemente products. As a counselor, this is probably a bit of an exaggeration, but it feels like a third of the students that I meet with are from San Clemente, either went to high school here or live here, including many veterans. But coincidentally, that certificate led, I won that quite a few years ago and played the San Clemente Municipal Golf Course with that certificate for the first time. And this is not an exaggeration. In over 20 years, I've done a calculation. I've played 2,500 rounds of golf at the San Clemente Municipal Golf Course. Now, to that end, I also want to show this is a group discount card for senior citizens. And as you can tell, I've clearly qualified to be a senior citizen. This discount card is something that I purchased for years. And then finally, I decided to start saving these cards when they were exhausted. You play 10 rounds, they punch it, you get to keep it. I stuck them on my office wall at the college, and they became an icebreaker and a conversation piece for students that would come in to see me, and probably a subtle advertisement for the municipal golf course. I would like to say in my collection of this, I'm adding a little levity to some of the more serious topics you've been dealing with. I
We
have a
appreciate
string
that.
of these that are part of my 2,500 rounds of golf. And I do have an agenda here, and I'm not sure whether it was because of COVID or because of just change in policy, but these cards are no longer available. Now, I'm already joined at the hip. I'm committed to the Muni. And So I'm not going away, but I think this is a short-sighted decision in terms of how you can draw other people into the community. And I would urge that the powers that be that made this decision reconsider it and bring it back as an inviting tool to get other people to come and spend some of their money in San Clemente. So I thank you for listening. I would like to also commend the City Council for renewing Dave Cook's contract a while back. I think he's and his organization are integral and very positive part of the San Clemente community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Mary Franta.
Good evening, Mayor Ward and City Council and staff. My name is Mary Franta. I've lived in San Clemente for 8 years. And why did I move here? Because it's so quiet and peaceful and beautiful. And along comes Project Summer. We figured out who it is. It's Amazon. We don't want them. I think this matter is crucial to the quality of life. That's why I'm here right now. I don't usually like to speak publicly, but it's too important to ignore. As the gentleman said, it's not a lot of awareness in this city that they're trying to sneak in on us. They're supposed to hold a city planning commission open to the public meeting. They said mid-July to end of July. Has anyone heard of it? No, there's no notification of that. And I'm afraid, again, they're trying to sneak past us with the second meeting. The first meeting, they got away with it, but not the second time. So yes, of course, the traffic is at midday on Pico is already bad enough, but we're going to be adding 600 or more. That's a very conservative estimate of Amazon trucks and vans, which is going to be absolute gridlock. But the real reason I'm here is to speak out against the nonstop, relentless noise that this warehouse will bring to my area. I live about 5 minutes. This is a 5-minute walk away from where the warehouse is being planned to be built. There are 5,000 residents nearby this warehouse. How could it ever be considered to be built so close to homes, private homes that we take great pride in living in? The noise it'll bring will stop any human being from ever sleeping in this town again. Please don't let them in. If you look at our established specific noise ordinances that are already on the books, how can we allow trucks coming in from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. and they're beep, beep, beeping when they back up to the warehouse doors? The exhausts, they never turn their trucks off. They'll be changing tires with those noisy tools, blowers and fans noises, HVAC, air conditioning, that will never turn off. Once that building is built, it will buzz and hum for the rest of eternity. City Council, Mayor, I hope you will do all you can to stop Project Summer from destroying this beautiful little town. Please help keep San Clemente beautiful. Thank you.
Marty Weinberg.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. I'm Marty Weinberg. I live in San Clemente and I'm the USAPA Pickleball Ambassador for the City of San Clemente. A couple years ago, when I used to speak about pickleball at these meetings, not many people knew about pickleball, but I think now with the exposure and the popularity of the sport, many people know about pickleball. And we have roughly 500 people that play pickleball in San Clemente right now. The problem is we only have 8 courts over at San Gregorio Park. 4 are dedicated pickleball courts and the other 4 are multi-lined for tennis and for pickleball. So the amount of courts that we have is not keeping up with the demand of the community. And also we don't have lights. And I think it's one of the only sports that the people that play pickleball can't play in the evening. When you talk about football, baseball, basketball, soccer, tennis, the swim center, the skate park. And now I noticed on the agenda, you're going to discuss nighttime surfing. So we would like to be able to play at night also. Because we have many people that work, many students, and when we have the time change, they're not going to be able to play except for the weekends. They'll be limited. And we'd like to see that changed. Also, I'd like to mention, we recently had a tournament at the Lifetime Fitness, and we had a couple council members come out, and they came out on Sunday for the finals. Thank you. And they presented the awards to the winners. And what was amazing, the people that won the tournaments and some of the others that didn't win, they were some of the best in the world, the top pros that we have in the world. And it was amazing that we had that in our neighborhood to get excited about. We also had dozens of local participants that competed in the tournament, and 61 actually medaled. And they, I believe the youngest was in their 20s and the oldest was a retired judge. He was 85. And so that was amazing. So in closing, we need more courts. We hope that the city of San Clemente is listening, and we're excited about the future of pickleball in San Clemente. And we hope that you'll get us more excited by providing more courts and lights at one of the parks in the area. Thank you for listening.
Next is Al F. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Al LaFligi. I live in the Villaggio 2 community in Rancho San Clemente. I've lived in San Clemente since 2002, and I think we have a really beautiful city. I used to live in Irvine. This is way better. I'm against the proposed distribution center in the Rancho San Clemente Business Park, and I've spoken to a lot of my neighbors, and they're against it also. Villaggio 2 backs up to the Rancho San Clemente Business Park, and even today we can hear people ride their motorcycles back there, drive their paramotors. It would be not a good thing if that went in. The proposed business that's for that field back there, it's not in scope with any of the other businesses in Rancho San Clemente Business Park. If you look at the other businesses, you know, they're private enterprises, anywhere from small to big. They're not really loud. I just don't see how we want to put that in and screw up our city. I know it's enticing to have Amazon come in, offer us all this money, but I don't think it's worth it to screw up our beautiful town. The biggest thing I fear is that if that does go in, that Amazon has a few bucks and they will use their influence to try to get the toll road to come into San Clemente. And we've spent a lot of time to try to not get it to come in. So it's like they get their foot in the door and toll road's coming in. So to end, I just want you to see if you could, me and many of the other people that have spoken, if you could take our comments into consideration and deny the proposed distribution center and keep our city beautiful. Thanks.
Tony Luca.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to talk to you about Proposition 19. Can you hear me okay, or you want me to take the mask out?
Take it off, please.
It's up to you.
Tonight, I'm going to talk about Proposition 19. I'm not aware if everybody knows what it is, but I'll give you a quick information on it. And it's something that passed in November and started to be effective as of April 1. And basically, this is for senior citizens who sold their houses and they want to move to another location in California. So basically, if you sell your house, and let's say you bought your house for $300,000 20 some years ago, and these houses evaluated kept on going up till they got to, let's say, $1.5 million. Your tax basis usually goes from 300,000 to, let's say, somewhere around 500,000. Now, when you buy a new house after April 1, you can take with you your tax basis, meaning, let's say you buy 2 million house. So you move to another house, and let's say you, when you bought it at 2 million, you made 500,000 extra of what you sold it for. So basically, you will be paying taxes on the 500,000. That's what's appraising for right now. And in addition to that, you pay another tax for the 500,000 extra. So basically, you'll be paying, instead of paying 20,000 a year, you will be paying 10,000 a year because of this proposition. Now, this is good if you finish your project, whether it's construction or purchase, within 2 years of the sales of your residence. So my concern was like, I talked to your engineering department and I explained to them what the problem that I have is the 2-year limit. And at that time, they told me, I told them, yeah, if you want me to do the project, I can do it, but I need an expedited review and hopefully we can complete things done easily. Otherwise, tell me I will not start because I cannot afford to build that way. So they told me we'll be very happy to help you in that issue. Now, I just want to tell you that you might be getting people from all over other cities or other parts of California that are going to have the same situation. So just to give you a heads up that maybe you can do some kind of consideration, maybe you can hire more people, maybe you can hire more consultants, maybe you can do like a design build kind of situation. Does that mean I'm done?
It does mean that your time is up. Can I just ask just a quick question? Are you talking about the one time after 55 provision?
In fact, yes.
Because-
I don't know if it's one time. It's, I think,
It's
three.
one time.
One
That
time?
didn't
Okay.
pass, that you could buy and sell multiple times in California. It didn't pass on the recent.
No, the
ballot.
proposition 19 passed. And
19.
yeah, so
Is
that,
it more than the one time after
I don't know
55?
about that.
Yeah.
I think it's more
Okay.
than one time. I think
All right.
it's up to 3.
Okay.
But regardless, even for that one time, you know, it's something that you need to like look into it. Other cities have taken into consideration that issue and they're trying to rush the permits for these people to benefit. And don't
Okay.
forget, these mostly people are senior citizens.
All right,
and-
thank you.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Shelley Moore.
Hi, I'm here to speak on Amazon. This is a letter from Vonnie Barnes. She couldn't come tonight. Big congrats to Jeff Bezos, who spent $28 million for a space flight. He thanked his workers who had wished he had spent the money on virtually anything else, like better paying jobs, better working conditions, benefits, and more. He has said Amazon will go bankrupt. If you look at large companies, their lifespans tend to be 30 plus years, not 100 plus years. Amazon turned 27 years old on Monday, so it's fast approaching Bezos' 30-year benchmark. 2 hours after the space flight, he said that his experience reinforced his commitment to solving climate change. Unfortunately, the proposed Amazon warehouse and trucking terminal does just the opposite. The 20-acre grassland site zoned by the county as agricultural is a natural open space area that sequesters up to 13,228 pounds or 6.6 tons of CO2 from the atmosphere each year. The carbon sequestering properties of this landmass are cumulative, such that in a 10-year period, up to 68 tons of greenhouse gases are stored in the land. This natural and cost-free benefit of sequestering lowers the urban heat index and cools the climate. Paving over a 20-acre grassland with asphalt containing 105,000 square feet of concrete warehouse, storing 339 delivery vans, operating an undisclosed number of large semi-tractors, trucks, 24 hours, 7 days a week, will create an urban heat index that will destroy all the free benefits that nature has provided to reduce climate change. The Abizo's effect of concrete, asphalt, and hundreds of metal vans, semi-trucks, trailers, and cars will significantly raise the heat index. Financial impact includes that are not limited to significant strains on Edison's power grid, interfering with power to San Clemente residents and the business park. Should Amazon warehouse go bankrupt, or if the land lease is not approved, or I'm sorry, not renewed, our Spanish village by the sea will be scarred forever with the Amazon blight. Something we all need to remember: with Amazon comes gas stations, convenience stores, traffic, noise, accidents. But most important, with Amazon comes toll road, and all the years and money we've spent fighting it will be for nothing. Please buy local. And a question from me is, after living here for over 30 years, why is Vista, Montana lost all of their no large truck signs? And we got a new truck route sign on the corner of Vista, Montana and Del Cerro. We were told that we were never allowed to have big trucks on those. Thank you.
Jackie Tranny.
Hi, I was late, so I wasn't here for item 1B, but I have some comments relating to homelessness. And I had written stuff, but I'll just talk. I've been educating myself for a few years about this issue. I have a personal mentoring and advocacy relationship with one particular person who I was able to get off the street since March of 2020. Thinking that actually government funds were going to pay for that because Governor Newsom had made it a priority. And, and every day in the newspaper, you see more and more and more about homelessness being a top priority for government and funding. And a lot of new funding is coming out. But there's a couple of points I want to make. Well, first of all, I had to do private donations to get this person off the street for several months, actually. But I was not willing to let her go back out there. She at that time was 58 years old with multiple physical problems and mental health issues. She did not belong sleeping on the cement, and I was not willing to let her stay there. So I did private fundraising to take care of her. And then a local charity took over for a couple of months. And then finally, with government bureaucracy getting its act together, we got her into Project Roomkey funding. So her issue also illustrates the fact that we have outreach service workers, and people think, I think the general population in town probably thinks, if these people didn't want to be out there, they wouldn't be out there, right? That they're not service compliant or whatever. But the issue actually is that we have outreach workers out there. And if you have a person who is still hopeful and, wants to work with them, they can do all their paperwork, go to meetings, do everything they're supposed to do to submit that the service workers and providers are telling them. And like Elizabeth mentioned, get your DMV ID and get your social security and get all this stuff. They can do all that. They get assessed for their vulnerability assessment. That goes to CES, which I can't think of it at the moment, continuum of care and the coordinated entry system. So the reason we have that system is because the need is so huge. Thousands of people need this help, but we don't have thousands of places to put people. So we don't have the affordable apartments. We don't have enough landlords willing to rent to people with vouchers. So basically a very, very small percentage of the people who are trying to work with service providers, a very small percentage actually get a voucher or a certificate to be able to use. Then once they have that, they have nonprofits and service providers hired by cities to help them find a place to rent. Okay, that's what we think. The reality has been, my friend actually got a voucher. The reality has been that the individual who needs the housing, they need to find it. The service providers have 50 plus clients per person. They're overwhelmed. They don't have the ability to go out there and find stuff for everybody. Did not make it clear to this person that she needed to be on on point doing it. So I have recently started helping her look, but, and I'm not bashing the service providers because
You need
they
to
do
wrap
the
it up.
best they can.
Okay.
But I just want people to know also that we need more, we need more funding. We need not be afraid of being a magnet, but we need to ask the county for the funds. There's lots of new funding coming in. If we don't ask for it, our tax money goes to
All
other
right.
cities.
I'm sorry,
Please,
your
citizens, know
public
that.
comment's over. If you would
Okay.
like to contact me anytime to talk to me, I can do mayor's hours and meet with you.
Thank you.
Just contact the city hall. Thank you.
Pamela Roth.
Oh, thank you very much, everyone. I need to find my voice. Okay. My name is Pamela, and I represent the Lapata Coalition, a group with approximately 425 people who are opposed to the current gas station proposals slated for the corner of Lapata and Vista Hermosa. Laura, Chris, Kathy, Jean, and Steve. We are all here for one reason, and that is because San Clemente is an amazing little town. An amazing little town. This town is special and it's unique. You, as City Council, have a sacred responsibility in overseeing the growth of this town. What is your stamp going to be on the growth of this town? Let's look at the current proposals and projects. Right now, we have a project that is currently underway for In-N-Out Burger. We have the Amazon warehouse. And now we have a gas station, Quick Mart car wash. What direction do we seem to be going in this town? And do they reflect your vision of San Clemente? All we are asking is for a little more time to get some better proposals. CBRE did a very poor job of marketing the lot. They sent me, and I looked at their marketing materials, and they were substandard. The brokerage company marketing the medium-sized storefront in Talega had superior marketing materials to the one that CBRE did. All we're asking is for a little bit more time to get something a little bit better, and San Clemente deserves it. So I'm asking that you vote against the current gas station, Quick Mart car wash proposals, and let us have a little bit more time to get something better in. Thank you.
That ends oral communications.
Okay, before we go on, I just have a couple items that I want to cover that I took notes on. And Steph might have to talk about this. And I don't know, Jonathan, I don't think you have a microphone, but maybe the city manager could answer this. There's quite a few people talking about the project up in the Rancho San Clemente Business Park. And we are going, it's my understanding that we are going to have a town hall at some point soon. And I didn't know if we had any updates so we can give that to the public.
So Mayor, we were going to do an update for Project Summer as part of the city manager comments, but it sounds like you want us to pull it forward so
Thank you.
Jonathan can present
I
that
would,
right
because
now.
I think the people are
Absolutely
here.
agree.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Ward and Council. And to those behind me, I'd be happy to field additional questions after the meeting this evening. But just to provide a general update, the next step in that project will be a public information meeting that's going to be occurring after we receive the additional information from the applicant that staff has already requested. So to rewind a little bit, any private property owner can apply for development of the property that they own in the city. That first step is a review by city staff at something called our development management team. That group of individuals from planning, engineering, and building, as well as OCFA and others, will provide comments on the initial application. And that goes through an iterative process where there's a variety of, for instance, corrections and comments that could relate to traffic, lighting, et cetera. So that's already begun. And so staff has already identified questions or concerns about certain elements, including traffic. So when the applicant returns with their updates to that information, that's when the first informational session will happen. I've been collecting a list, and I do recognize some of the names who are here this evening that are on that list, and they'll be notified as soon as we have that public informational meeting. There have not been any hearings. There's not been any approval of that, just to be clear for the public. And again, I'd be happy to field some questions through email or after this meeting about how that process works. And I think that addresses the piece at this point. Mayor, are there any other issues or topics you'd like me to
I'll
cover?
actually chime in on one thing, Mayor, if I may. And I know
Yes.
the audience has brought up the continual theme of shroud of secrecy, or that we're not being transparent with this. And so it's really important for the community and the public to be aware. Applying for entitlements with the city of San Clemente is a public process, period. That public process has many steps and many public hearings at the planning commission level, as well as the city council level. So there will be many public opportunities for comments, communications, and questions related to the entitlements. If you would, Jonathan, I know that there's also been some concerns that have been raised in articles about the non-disclosure. So if you could touch on that a little bit, I'd appreciate that as well, please.
Sure. So through any new development on private property, especially non-residential, is going to require an entitlement. And planning will often field requests for development, sometimes even through a pre-application process. Sometimes we do get requests for non-disclosure of a specific tenant, and that usually occurs at the beginning portion of that entitlement review. For instance, in my experience, I've had a review that centered around a potential Pete's Coffee development, and they requested that tenant not be disclosed initially. So while the site plan, floor plans, layout, traffic patterns are all public information, while they were doing their initial due diligence on whether to proceed, they requested that the tenant name not be identified. In that case, that tenant did not proceed. They did not build out, but that is something that we sometimes see. But coming back to what City Manager Sun has commented on, records that are submitted as part of that review to the city are always disclosable. And so any request for information about pending developments, the site plan, the floor plans, all of that information is information that the public is privy to. And again, that, like, for instance, I would be able to provide on an active application.
And Jonathan, you mentioned the non-disclosure agreement. You know, in government, I work in government, have for 25 years, and our actions are guided, right? They're guided by rules, policies, and laws. So an applicant actually submitted an application. It wasn't exploratory like the Pete's, right? So what authority were you able to cite to be able to keep something confidential and enter into an NDA? We need to have an authority that allows us to do that. Can you share that with us tonight?
I can comment on a portion of that. So I'm not as the staff member, I did not enter into the NDA in question. But again, a portion of that document referred to the public records request process, and that anything that's submitted as a part of that application review is disclosable to the public. And so there's probably 20 applications that are active right now with our planning division. Some of those don't raise to the level of public interest or concern, but any one of those 20 applications, and there is an active projects link on our homepage that the public can look at a map of the city and click on geo-centered points and see a picture of the application that's coming through. So you could go onto that, look at something and say, I'm interested in this. Can I have the floor plans of that? And the staff would be able to provide that to you. As for the other nuances of the agreement, I would defer to city attorney on that.
Yeah, the problem was people were writing for over a month and I wasn't aware of it. So I completely was out of the loop on what was going on here with this project. So this location of land. So the public was writing and you're saying that they can write the city, but they can ask questions, but unless they phrase it as a CPRA request, they get no information.
So if the public sends an email to myself or someone in the planning division requesting information about an active project, typically the person who is responding from either the planning general mailbox, that's going to be commonly the first point of contact about entitlement review, will probably have some responsive questions. Like if you're saying, I'm curious about the development in the business park, there's probably a couple of active applications. So there may be some back and forth to figure out what specific application is being requested, information is being requested of. As soon as they identify that, that staff member, even if they're not the project manager, is able to provide the site plan, floor plans, that type of information.
Well, unfortunately, in this case, people weren't given any information for some time until it was out in the paper. But okay, so back to the city manager, what authority can you cite, legal authority, to allow us, say, even if it's not this group, any group that says, I'm submitting an application, but I want to enter an NDA. I want it to be confidential. I want it to be secret for now. There's got to be something. Okay, there's got to be something, whether it's the government code, right? California Constitution, our municipal code, that gives us that authority to do that. We don't just decide, oh, sure, pal, I'll do that for you. There's always a basis for what we do that guides our decisions as government employees.
So I'll defer to the city
So
attorney.
We feel that when an applicant comes in, even if they have confidential or trademark information, if they leave that with the city and the city becomes custodian of it, then it's a public record. And this agreement with this applicant says that they should know. Now, if requests came in and they weren't satisfied, we need to look at that and tighten that, council member and council. And I'm not aware of any public records that came in, but this agreement specifically provides that the documents left in the city's custody are public records. Beyond that, the city can covenant, as any contractor, not to publish that information unilaterally. And that's what this agreement provided for, is of course, when it's noticed, of course, as environmental process workshops, commission hearings are coming up, the city's obligated at that point to publish the information and tell the world about it. Anybody, as was stated earlier, that wants to subscribe to those notices can do it with the city clerk and or community development. And at that point, there's a trigger that requires that the notice be published. And this agreement also anticipates that. But the city has the basic contract authority to agree when the applicant leaves not to get on the phone and advise everybody. That's in the city's plenary authority to do business and to exercise its police powers. So to summarize, the city cannot agree to keep records left in its custody confidential. And this agreement specifically said that. On the other hand, the city's not obligated to publish and tell the world that someone's come by and left as a confidential business plan or proprietary information with it.
So it's a decision, just staff says, yes, it's confidential. There's no authority you're citing. So I get that. You're not answering the question I'm asking. So it doesn't exist. If it doesn't exist, that's fine. But I'm asking for constituents. Okay. There's a groundswell of opposition to this. So that's my duty, right? As a council member. And I've been contacted by a lot of people because I didn't know either.
Yeah.
So that said, it doesn't exist. You're kind of doing it backwards. Like people can write in, but if they don't call it a public records request, which they were doing for a month, lots of emails. It was the primary number of emails we were getting was for the subject matter. Unless they call it a CPRA, we don't answer them. We can't tell them what it is. So there is no authority. I think I understand that. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're kind of talking around it and you're not citing an authority. So it doesn't sound like it exists.
If I could, Mayor and Council, say it
Yes,
another
'cause
way.
I don't understand
The city
that.
has general police powers to enter into contracts. And that general police power, its plenary authority or its basic authority, is its authority to enter into this agreement. If the council thinks as a matter of policy that it ought not to, then you can dictate that as a city council, instruct your staff not to agree to confidentiality. There's a downside to that. It does provide broader public access, and this would never happen again. But on the other hand, it has a constraining impact on business development in your city, because if you can't come to the counter without knowing that your trademark and your business plan for this site are going to be kept from your competitors, you'll probably go to Irvine, where they might, and I don't care. It's a policy about not ever agreeing to that, and then doing that to the extent that it incubates business and encourages it. So your staff's erred on the latter side of that balance. But if the council wanted to say, no, we understand we have the police power to contract for this, but we choose not to exercise it, then you can do that. And that would be easy to bring forward as a policy. And
Yeah,
have you
I
adopt
appreciate
it.
you saying that, but we still can't cite that police power. It's got to exist. That's how government.
And if I may,
operates, so-
Councilmember Ferguson, I know for the inquiries that I get, and I'm going to look at Jonathan for the inquiries that he gets for Amazon, we respond to those individuals, letting them know the status and the option of signing up for notice of when those hearings will occur,
Yeah, this
to
isn't-
give them the
Okay,
information.
you're talking around it again. We'll just wrap it up because you're going off in another direction. All I'm asking for is to cite authority. It doesn't exist. It's a decision that the city staff made.
Madam
So,
Mayor.
We can create. I would disagree because police powers of the city are authority. And
Cited.
that's where the practice is based.
And you have to
I
cite that.
totally understand that if you gave the example of of Pete's Coffee. And if they're looking at a site, and they're just barely in preliminary, looking at that site, they don't want like their competitors like Starbucks or anyone else to know that they are looking at that site. And so I think it's just, business, respecting business, that we won't go out and shout that to them from the rooftops, like, hey, guess who's coming here, but I don't think there was any intention in the city of San Clemente to hide that that distribution warehouse was coming. It's very preliminary, but what I will say to you, and I'll go to you in 1 second.
Thank you.
What I will say to you, what I think Jonathan and city managers going on is that project was called something like Project Summer. And I heard you say when you first came up here that it's an incomplete application. You can't even do anything on it because they haven't performed or given you all the info. So here we are, it's July, almost the end of July. And that's the concern. And that's where I think it's getting, where people are like, they've already gone so far, and they actually haven't gone far at all. So I don't agree that, I think that's where the problem is what it's called, and it's an incomplete application. So would you agree that it's a little behind of kind of what they maybe intended to do in calling it that? And everyone got the idea that it was going to be approved by the end of summer and then start building. I mean, someone tonight just said they already started on that lot. I don't know that that's true, but I wrote it down like that someone should check that anything's happening with that lot. But I don't know that to be true. We also heard tonight that signs have been changed on Vista Montana. I've had our public works director go out there and check, and the signs are still there. We're verifying it again because someone said it again, that the signs have been changed. So as far as I know, trucks on Vista Montana have not been changed, and the signs are there, but we are checking it one more time with all the emails that everyone has sent, because we're looking, we want to put everyone's fears aside on what they're hearing. So I think that's the problem. It was called Project Summer, and now they have an incomplete application. So you said you can't really comment or have this public information meeting until there's an actual completed application. Is that true?
Correct. So the planning division will never advance a project to a public hearing until there's a completed application. The completed application means that they've filled any holes of information, and a completed application doesn't even mean necessarily that they are advancing to that hearing with a staff recommendation of approval. It just means that they've at least provided enough information for that hearing body to make a determination. And as of today, the applicant has not provided sufficient information for it to advance to that point.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I was going to ask about the signs because I'm repeatedly being told that signs have been removed and city manager, we need a definitive answer on that. And members of the public who are saying the signs have been removed, if you please email me or email the city manager and say specifically where were those signs, that would be very helpful.
We actually, Mr. Gomez has all that information and the map of where the signs were.
Okay,
And they,
good.
staff went and verified that the signs are there. But I got another email, so we are looking, we're gonna
Miss
run
Moore
that down.
today, who I consider a very credible source, is saying the signs have.
No, we're
Yeah.
gonna, we're running it down and we're gonna get that info out.
And my next question for the city manager is, I'm very concerned about Ms. Ferguson's concern in regards to the public has written. If we can find out, if Ms. Ferguson can provide you the names of who has written to you, that's number one. And if you and Jonathan can do a search of who has requested information, when they've requested it, and when you responded, I think that will be very important to have, because I want to see how responsive the city was to this. Because a lot of people have a lot of concerns about this, and we need to quell those concerns. Because regardless of where this goes, this is going to be pending for a long time. And for the people in the audience and those watching at home, I know some of you are frustrated because council members are not taking a position on this. We simply cannot take a position on this because this has potential, and it applies to the planning commission as well. It has potential to come to us as a public hearing. And that's where we sit, not as a city council, but as a deliberative body. And it's just like a judge in a courtroom can't have an opinion before that case comes before them. So consequently, we kind of have to sit here like potted plants. And I know that's frustrating as hell for you, but that's where we are on this, because if we take a position, whoever doesn't like our position can then have us recused from that public hearing. Did I capture that correctly, Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Thank you.
So City Attorney, excuse me, I've had opinions before, and I've had a fellow council member said, she can't say that. And you said, yes, she can, because she said, in my opinion, I believe. That's our First
Well,
Amendment right.
the council cannot make a pre-commitment to vote down the land use entitlements on this project, because that has to be a quasi adjudicatory decision. You can say I'm leaning, or I'm thinking, or this is what I've heard, but you can't vote in advance of the hearing on it.
Exactly,
So
but
it's
we
that
can have an
nuanced.
opinion.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so that's it for that. Of what I wrote down. I really appreciate that, because I think that was a number of people in the audience. The next topic was pickleball. We are currently in our master plan, and anyone, we're redoing we're looking at 5 different parks. And if the Pickleball Association doesn't know that we're doing that, I think you do. And we are looking at San Gregorio Park. As far as lights and things like that go, that would all be part of that plan. And I think when pickleball came to the council a few years ago, we talked about pickleball and all the players maybe doing some fundraising. We have had the Skateboard Association actually paid for the lights that were at their center. But if you ever want to talk about trying to start doing that, set an appointment with me to do that. But that is coming up, and so I'm hoping you're just previewing. But it will be coming back to council very soon. And then Vista Montana, I had it about the signs, and we've already discussed that because it kind of was in there with Amazon, I believe. So that is all I have, and I hope we answered your questions. Thank you.
Okay, could we have a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem James and second by Councilmember Duncan.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Are there any items that need to be added to the agenda?
No, none,
None?
seeing none.
Closed session report, city attorney.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. There was action taken and reportable in closed session. I just need to turn to the right sub number. It's under item C, liability claims. In response to claims and follow-up from the organization and individuals listed, the city council approved a tolling agreement of up to 1 year with those claimants in order to work out the issues raised in their claims. The motion to enter into that tolling agreement was made by Councilmember Noblock, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem James, and passed 4-0. That's it.
Okay, all items listed on the consent calendar are
Oh,
considered.
I'm sorry, John, for the minutes, there was one other thing. Under real property negotiation, item D, Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem James recused himself because of the proximity between his property and the property in question there.
Thank you.
All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council, staff, or the public requests removal of an item for separate discussion and action. The public has requested the removal of item 6B8.
6B as in boy.
Yes, 6B8 and J.
And item J.
Yes.
All right. Any council member?
Yes, I want to, I was going to get hit with, I was going to remove J as well. And 6C, 6G, and 6H.
C as in cat.
C is in, yeah,
G as in George.
H is in Henry.
I was going to do H and J, so those are already covered.
H and J is done for Wilson. Councilmember Noblock, do you have any items?
No. Go for it.
Is there a motion to move the balance?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem James and second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. The first item is item 6B8. That's the zoning administrator regular meeting minutes of June 17th. And the first speaker on that item is Jennifer.
She walked out.
Okay. Ben
Is there another
Boyce.
speaker?
She submitted a card, and then I have another card from Ben Boyce, but it says only if pulled, so.
It's
is
been pulled. So would you like to speak on that item? Oh, he's 6J.
Correct.
Yeah.
6B, forgive me.
Sorry about that.
is Cheryl Bryant.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Bryant, and I live in the Montego neighborhood, and I live very near the Seacrest Apartments. And I have concerns about the proposed garages project that was approved by the zoning administrator on June 17th, 2021. This project was originally called storage units. And when I saw the sign originally, and then changed to garages shortly after my first concerns were expressed. The original notice I saw called them storage units. In reviewing the approval, it is clear that the apartment tenants will be able to store items beyond just a vehicle in these garages if there is room. My concern is these garages are a prime place for illegal items such as drugs, firearms, stolen goods, dirt bike, motorcycles, and crime evidence to be stored. There were no conditions put upon this project as to what can be stored in the garages. Storage garage units do not belong in a residential area such as Rancho San Clemente. There were no conditions requiring the owner to file anything with the city regarding their inspections they claim they will do, nor how often these inspections of the garages will take place. If you review the actual approval, you'll see the notations there. that they said that they would do inspections, but never said how that would take place. My second concern is there was inadequate notification of nearby residents. They only sent notices to people within 300 feet. I actually live further than 300 feet away, and I have serious concerns about this project. There appears to be no evidence to substantiate the claim for additional parking needed. They claim they're putting these in because they wanted additional parking. I personally walked through late on a Sunday night, and there were 125 open parking spaces. What did the applicant file with the city to prove they actually needed more parking? This appears to be a way to put these garages in just so the Seacrest apartments can charge for storage and make additional income. There are already 2 full-fledged storage companies nearby that control their storage units according to law. These existing companies are well removed from residential homes as storage units should be. Putting in these garages is clearly not necessary. Those apartment dwellers that are parking outside the complex property on city streets are doing so by their own choice. Perhaps the city should mark that street, no parking midnight to 7 a.m. to discourage the outside of the complex parking. Now, if the owners can prove a need for additional parking, I suspect they have too many people living within the units, and this may be a legal housing issue. They may have multiple families living within single units. Another concern is the layout of the garages. These garages are designed as tandem parking.
You need to wrap it up.
Yeah, meaning
Okay.
there's a parking spot right in front of the garage. So the person would have to move their car. So it's just clearly not a good design.
All right.
And it
No,
was deemed.
I'm
that
sorry.
There's
Yeah,
there's
that's-
no environmental impact.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I sent everybody.
You
the
need to, your
email.
comments are done. Thank you. Joanne, do we have any more comment?
No.
Did any council pull this item?
No.
Okay, so I see Cecilia Guardo Daly here. Can you please comment on this project as the zoning, and you were the zoning administrator on this, correct?
Yes, I was. Thank you, Mayor Ward, members of the council, Cecilia Gallardo Daly, Community Development Director. Just to address some of the issues raised, if I may, there is a condition of approval that requires the parking spaces within the garage or the parking area within the garages be kept free and clear for the storage of vehicles. And then let me start by saying these are not storage units, these are garages for vehicles. Notice was given to property owners within 300 feet per the code. The project is providing more parking than is required. The city would really only be concerned if they were providing less parking. So they're well within their right to add additional covered or garage spaces. There's also a condition of approval in the permit that requires that the 2 spaces, the garage space and the tandem space, be assigned to the same unit. So it will assist with the coordination of moving of vehicles. I understand that was a concern raised by Ms. Bryant. And with regard to the environmental review, the proposed garages would be located within a developed area of the property. We found this to be exempt from further environmental review because these are accessory structures within an existing developed area.
Okay, so when someone has a garage and it's a residential area, I understand we have conditions of approval that the garage partially has to allow 1 vehicle in it, but do we have any say whether anyone's able to store any belongings in that garage?
We don't have any guidance in the municipal code or Title 17, the zoning ordinance, that would dictate that. If they're going to create a space for the parking of the vehicle, they have to maintain that space free and clear.
Okay.
I'm confused on what that meant.
I took it as that, we do have a condition of, because we know a lot of people don't use the garage and they put storage in there, and we don't want the cars to be, parked out on the street unnecessarily. But so that is a condition of this approval, but there was a comment made that, they don't need to store anything in this garage. They have to prove that they need to store something. I believe that's what I
So
heard. And I think we cannot do that.
can I ask Cecilia a question?
Yes.
Cecilia, so if I understood what you said, there's a requirement for it to be free and clear, but we don't have an enforcement component. Is that correct?
The enforcement component is the condition that requires it to be free and clear. If somebody believes that that condition is not being adhered to, then they can either contact code compliance. So code compliance can go out and investigate and determine whether or not the tenant or the garages are being used in compliance with the conditions of approval. Or the city would work with a management company to ensure that that condition is being adequately implemented.
Would there be some sort of citation issued in that case?
Yeah, if we investigated and found that the area for the location of the vehicle in the garage was not free and clear, and there was other items being stored or was turned into a workshop, then we would notify the property owner, and we would give them a period of time in which they would need to comply with the code or the condition. So we would give them time to remedy the violation. And if they didn't remedy the violation within a specified period of time, then they would be cited.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions. I'll go ahead and move the item. I'm satisfied that staff conditioned this approval. Enough.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Ward, second by Councilmember Duncan. To move item 6B8.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Thank you, Cecilia.
The next item is item C. That's the contract award for the annual street maintenance and slurry seal program.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I pulled that because I've had concerns about the quality of the slurry seal in the past. It never was addressed to my satisfaction. And I would like to know if we've changed the formula, if we've changed the vendor. I know of a neighborhood that for 6 months, these people tracked slurry into their homes. And I would just like to be assured that we've changed that formula or changed that vendor. Mr. Gomez, hello.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem James. Manuel Gomez, Interim Director of Public Works. Our engineering staff is still seeking alternative pavement treatments to deal specifically with the concerns that were raised previously with the slurry seal. My understanding is that primarily dealt with the type 1 slurry, which tends to be a finer grade, takes a little longer to set and cure. All of the streets that we are working on with this project are in the collector arterial nature. They'll receive a type 2 slurry, which is a coarser treatment of pavement. We are using the type 1 in a couple of the city parking lots at 2 parks. We're doing that primarily because we can control the access there, and we want to have the contractor do some different process and using that as a test case for future areas. But we're not slurring any residential neighborhood streets, which is, I think, where their concern was previously.
That's correct. I'm happy.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mr. Gomez. Any other questions on that item? Mayor Pro Tem, would you move that item?
I'll move this item.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Next item is item G. That's contract award for fats, oils, and grease program and National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System MS4 permit inspection services.
So I pulled this, and I gave the city manager a heads up. I was going to pull this one. I think we need to be educated on this.
So we have our utilities manager, Larry Brotman, who's going to do a brief presentation, a brief overview to address your question. Mayor Pro Tem.
Actually, City Manager, son, Dave Rebensdorf, Utilities Director. I'll go ahead and do a brief overview, and if there's detailed questions, I have staff available to answer those.
Excellent. Thank you, Dave.
So Mayor Pro Tem James, to answer your question, what we have here before the council tonight is for approval of a professional services agreement with ECIS. It's a 3-year contract for about $166,000, annual cost of $55,000. There's 2 major components with the program. For the first is for fats, oils, and grease, which I'll call FOG, and the second is for water quality. The FOG portion includes inspection of restaurant grease interceptors. We have about 180 restaurants in the city that have grease interceptors or grease creating. So they will be inspected 2 times per year. And then there's also 1 time of year of education and best management practices with the restaurant owners. So this is an ongoing program. It's not new. We've done this in the past. And then there's another component that has plan check and inspection for new development and new restaurants that come into the city. So basically the city is required to have a FOG program, and we're required by the State Water Resource Control Board. The challenge is restaurants that don't properly maintain and control their grease. They can cause backups in their own private lines and the city sewer system. So it ends up being like an artery that gets clogged and there's no flow. And so it's in the best interest of both restaurants and the city, because no one wants a sewer spill or restaurants to be closed because of fats, oils, and grease. The second component of this contract is related to water quality. And so there's an annual, as part of that annual inspection, the same firm will be doing education related to best management practices for water quality components, such as trash storage, to make sure that trash doesn't end up in our storm drains. Some restaurants have a tendency to wash their kitchen mats out in the back of the restaurants, and that ends up in the storm drain and creates water quality issues. So the bottom line is just that education component to, teach restaurants and ensure that they're, properly doing their BMPs. And that's all I have, unless there's any questions.
So when you talk about grease, you're talking about inspecting what I know as grease traps?
Grease traps. So some restaurants, they're directly under the sink. So that would be a grease trap. And then others are a grease interceptor, such as Sonny's Restaurant, just outside their patio. As you walk into their side door, there's a grease interceptor out there. And so it's a large volume. It could be up to 2,000 to 3,000 gallons, and that captures the grease. But if it's not maintained, then that grease ends up going over the top of the system and ends up in the city's system and the private owner system as well.
Thank you, Dave. I'm prepared to move on this.
Isn't that more than you wanted to know about grease?
No, I knew why Mayor
was
Pro
for
Tem
me.
James picked this. It's bacon grease, right? I think that's the issue
And when he
we're
talked
talking
about
about.
arteries, I'm fearful of my own. So I move to approve and authorize the city manager to execute contract C 21-28 by and between the city of San Clemente and Environmental Compliance Inspection Services, ECIS, for a 3-year period, providing for fats, oils, and grease, FOG program inspection services, and NPDES MS4 permit inspection services in an amount of $166,260 with funding from the sewer operating fund line budget item account 054-473-43690 in the amount of $104,100 from the Clean Ocean Fund account 057-541-43894 in the amount of $62,160. And 2, approve and authorize the city manager to amend the contract for up to 2 additional 12-month extensions.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem James, second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. The next item is item H. That's contract award for as-needed building code inspection, building plan check, and permit technician services.
I think several of us pulled this one, but I know I pulled it. City Manager, could you explain what this is for?
Absolutely. I'm going to actually allow our Community Development Director, Cecilia Gallardo Daly, to give that explanation.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is an annual contract that we have prepared with a couple of different contract firms that would allow us, if necessary, to utilize building plan check, building inspection, and permit technician services. If we ever get to the point where our current staff can accommodate the plan checks and we have turnaround times that need to be met, or the building inspections are such that we don't have enough inspectors to go out and provide the inspection services. We have utilized our contract services in the past. I think probably 2017, 2018, we used them the most. 2019, it dwindled down, obviously last year, 2020, during the pandemic, we didn't utilize this contract at all. We like to always be able to provide these services in-house, but should the need ever arise, we like the ability to have these contracts in place in case we need them to absorb the additional work. We added to this contract the permit technician services, just because we have a current need to augment our permit technician services. And we have seen an upswing in the last couple of months in building permit activity. And this is a budgeted amount that was part of the fiscal year 21-22 budget. So the amount in the contract simply reflects the amount that the city council authorized in the budget.
So,
and
I'm sorry, Cecilia, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, that's it. I'm done. Thanks.
So this is, someone is sitting there in your shop and they're looking at the next day or 2 days or 3 days or next week, and they see a surge in activity. You're going to reach out to this company and they're going to come in and back you up.
Yes, that's correct.
And these planners, plan checkers, whatever you want to call them, they have experience in our city.
The firms that we are contracting with do have quite a bit of experience with San Clemente projects. We have contracted with these businesses for the last few years, so they are very familiar with San Clemente, our process, and any particulars related to our building code.
And then what determines what type of plans go to the outsourced plan person or your in-house planner?
You know, I've got Jack Holden, my building official, on, and if I can have Jack answer that question, I think he'd be better equipped to do that.
Yes, we determine exactly which plans to go out. If we have a very complicated one, then we can send it out. But right now we're staffed up with a structural engineer and all the other plan checkers we need for any sort of project that would come our way. So we determine what goes out, and we definitely plan on keeping everything in-house that we possibly can.
Okay. So in the case of a plan that's seen by an outsourced, the contractor, shall we say, the chances are when that person comes back for the next phase that they have to do, or something they have to come back with, they're going to see someone totally different. Is that correct?
No, if we send a plan out, any revisions go back to that company to do the revisions?
Jack, you answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Councilmember Duncan, I think you also pulled this.
Yeah.
one.
Some of the same concerns that Mayor Pro Tem James had. I know that we've been running on a lean staff and Mr. Holden addressed some of that. I want, and I'm going to support this because I want to make sure we have the flexibility to handle whatever is coming in. For the reasons that one of our commenter made, we want to make sure we're expediting the process. It's predictable. It's that the timelines are consistent. And so I think we need this flexibility, but as a long-term matter, I want to put to the city manager my desire, at least, that we do fully staff building, engineering, planning, where we have been lean perhaps, because I think we're going to get more activity. And I want to make sure we are as fast and predictable as we can be so that people know what they're going to get when they come in. They have a good expectation of how long it's going to take, and they're dealing with the same people. So I would like to see all of this in-house to the best of our ability, and only using the contractors when we absolutely need. So just as a long-term matter, let's make sure we get fully staffed.
No, and I appreciate that very much. We, HR is moving at light speed. So we did the senior planner is posted as of Friday of last week. And this week we've posted 3 internal recruitments. So we are right now averaging about 2 or 3 new recruitments a week as we work to get our staffing levels back to pre-pandemic, if you will. And so we're prioritizing those positions. The senior planner was a critical one for planning so that they could be whole. So that was more at the top of the list, but we have other positions that are in the queue. And so we are working expeditiously. So yes, but I appreciate that comment.
Sure. And we put people like Jonathan that are moving up to the front office. So we need to backfill and get some talent down there.
That's it.
We're going to hear about that position for a long time. Councilmember Duncan, will you move that item?
I have a couple.
Oh, I'm
real
sorry,
quick questions
Councilmember
if I
Noblock.
could.
Go ahead.
Uh,
Yes.
Mr. City Manager, the staff report says we're talking about temporary shortages, and we're talking about a need that may exceed current capacity, and these needs may be necessary. What's your best estimate on with this contract? How long? It's a 2-year contract. How long would you expect this money to last before it ran out, or do you expect it to go the full 2 years?
I'm going to say that probably with what we're seeing in terms of some potential vacancies on the horizon with some people, that we'll probably be looking at 1 year to 1.5 years with those funds. But I'll also lean on Cecilia to confirm if that is an accurate prediction.
Yeah, I think that's about right. We've allocated $30,000 for contractual services, if necessary, to keep up with customer demand and service level expectations. We may see a dip in staff coming up, so we may need to augment them with these services. So I think Everett's estimate is accurate of 1 year to 1.5 years.
Okay, one additional concern I have is the time frame. I see this with a lot of our contracts. And my concern is if we come up on 1.5 years and we've retained someone on a major assignment, they're experienced, and the 2 years is up, now they don't have a job and someone else has to come in and backfill. So this is kind of a reverse concern that I have. Normally I want to make sure the job gets done within the time frame. Here it may not. So I guess my concern or I guess would be a suggestion that we eliminate the 2-year time frame, simply allocate this funds to last as long as it needs, so that if it goes beyond 2 years and you haven't spent the 160 and you still have the need, you can dip into that account. Obviously, if you run out early and you need more money, you can always come back. So I can support this item, but I would suggest we eliminate the 2-year time frame, simply allocate the money as it's needed. Your thoughts on that, Mr. City?
No, Councilmember Knobloch, in our briefing today, you raised this concern, which I appreciated you in advance. I've had an opportunity to discuss this with Cecilia. We both concur that removing the time frame is fine with us, and so it maintains continuity. And as you said, if we run out of money sooner, we have to come back to council for authority to add more money. So we're completely agreeable to that amendment.
Okay, I'll move the staff recommendation with the elimination of the 2-year time limitation.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Ferguson.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
That carries 5-0. Next item is item J, and we have 2 cards on this item.
All right, let's hear from the public.
First card is from Jennifer Massey
And we think she left.
and Ben Boyce.
Good evening, excuse me. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ben Boyce. I'm here on behalf of the Action for Spent Fuel Solutions Now Coalition, which was formed in March of this year, and it's led by co-chairs Supervisor Lisa Bartlett in the County of Orange and Jim Desmond, Supervisor from the County of San Diego. Our goal is to encourage the federal government to provide off-site storage or permanent disposal solutions for the spent nuclear fuel at Songs and other nuclear sites across the state and nation. Development of the Action for Spent Fuel Solutions Now Coalition was prompted at the recommendation of the California Coastal Commission. Although Songs was retired in 2013 and decommissioning work is currently underway, the spent fuel must be removed from our coastline to complete the decommissioning and restore the land. The federal government and the Department of Energy in particular was required by law to begin picking up and disposing of spent nuclear fuel back in 1998. But we're still waiting for that to happen more than 2 decades later. Meanwhile, other countries have made significant progress toward finding offsite solutions. Achieving similar success here in the United States is undoubtedly possible. One quick correction, the agenda entry for this item was missing an important word, and that word is solutions. Our group is all about working together collaboratively with our communities to find solutions to this pressing challenge. And to that end, Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm stated in a recent congressional hearing that the Department of Energy is moving forward with a consent-based approach to finding an interim storage facility. And that possible steps might include or will include engaging with stakeholders. Congressman Mike Levin has also convened a task force that provided recommendations related to spent fuel that are consistent with our coalition's mission. And he has introduced legislation to address spent nuclear fuel. Well, making offsite storage of spent fuel a reality will also require local leaders, stakeholder groups, community members, and others to come together to advocate on this important issue. That is why more than 125 local governments, elected officials, utilities, environmental groups, labor leaders, Native American leaders, business organizations, and residents have joined the Action for Spent Fuel Coalitions now in just a few short months. And it's why I'm here today to ask for your support. We need a broad and diverse coalition to ensure that San Clemente and other stakeholders throughout Orange County have a voice when this process gets underway. I'll note that the County of Orange recently adopted a similar resolution just last month, and I urge you to do the same here tonight with the resolution that's before you. So thank you so much for your time.
Can you stay at the podium just in case there's any question? Do you have one?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm a little confused on who's not for removing the nuclear fuel, but I'm a little confused on why Congressman Levin has a task force and you all have a task force. I'm a little confused on why we're not working together on this.
We've been in regular communication with Congressman Levin's office on this issue. Like I said, our coalition's mission is aligned with his task force. And not to speak for the congressman's task force, but from our understanding that, he's a member of the legislative body, so he puts forward recommendations. But it needs a coalition of a broad group of stakeholders to advocate for those solutions before Congress to make it happen.
I'm not sure you answered my question.
I think I guess to put it another way, I think they serve two different purposes.
Okay.
Similar purposes, but different. And
well,
and in my opinion, there's no greater health risk, potential health risk to this state than San Onofre's nuclear pile down there. I would support any effort, multiple groups working along for the same goal. And I just commend what you're doing. I think we need more of it. Obviously, coordination is important. Maybe 100 voices speaking in one direction is better than 50 voices here and 50 there, but I'm supportive. I think in addition, I would recommend that this resolution, if this council decides to pass it, be sent to the entire congressional delegation of San Diego and Orange County, as well as our U.S. senators. which was not
So
included.
let me ask a question. I might ask this of Councilmember Duncan. It's my understanding that Congressman Levin convened his task force and they've already met. It was like a couple years ago, and they met and they came up with recommendations. In fact, the I can't remember his name. He used to be in charge of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and he was chair of this commission. I wish I could remember his name. You don't have it.
I'm not certain
Okay.
offhand.
So that's my understanding of what that task force was. It came up with recommendations and a report. And I think I read that report. It was it was well over a year ago. And in response to that, it's my understanding, because I've joined this task force and I believe you have too, that this one we've got the supervisors from each county on either side of San Onofre. And that's what we were trying to do is get everyone in it. And that's how I was approached. And I think you were approached to join this, that it's my understanding that this supports all of the recommendations and what Congressman Levin, it's actually working together to try to be the voices to show that there's broad support to move this waste. That's my understanding. And that's why I joined it and brought this forward on this agenda, was for that reason only. That's what I know of it.
There's broad support, but we're dealing with a bureaucracy that will not move and is
Right.
lethargic and lazy. And
It's the
more
Nuclear
voices we
Regulatory
have
Commission.
speaking out about the potential danger. We live in a very dangerous age. And that nuclear waste stockpile sitting a few miles from our coast could theoretically impact 15 million people in a very negative way. And I think the voices need to get louder. They need to get more frequent, and we've got to get that bureaucracy off its duff and get the job done of removing that nuclear fuel. It's just got to happen.
You have a point, Mayor Pro Tem, and then I'll.
Yeah, so it's a question. So this is separate from the community engagement program or board.
Yes. Correct. That's for public outreach.
Right.
only.
Now, but there's a lot of the same members that are in community engagement that are on this. Is that correct?
That is correct. They are separate bodies, and I appreciate that it's confusing that there are several bodies that are out there in the same space. The community engagement panel was convened by Southern California Edison to be a sounding board and a think tank, to put forth policy ideas and the latest developments all across the world on this topic, to bring it forward and to educate the public on those things. And I think to your earlier question, council member, I think the difference between this coalition and what Congressman Levin task force did and what the community engagement panel does, those two bodies are all about bringing ideas to the table. They're not advocacy organizations.
Okay.
And the sole purpose of the Action for Spent Fuel Solutions Now Coalition is to advocate for the policies and the solutions and the ideas brought forth by those two other policy-driven.
I'm very, very interested in this. I would like this coalition to come back to this council at some point in time in the near future and brief exactly who they are and what their goals and objectives are.
Yeah.
It's a big coalition, so I think, I don't know who's heading, I mean, Lisa Bartlett is the co-chair of it, but I can't remember who is.
We'd like
who is
Lisa
beyond
and Jim Desmond to come in.
Yeah.
person.
Yeah, that would be good.
Actually, that would be
But
good. But
If maybe we could have an email to all of the city council, I think that would be.
That'd be
good for
great,
now,
but
where
the
we get
public
all the
would,
info.
the public wouldn't benefit from it. I want the public to.
Well, right
hear
now,
and
we're
see
just
this.
trying to get
more
the
public
organization
light we
going.
shine on this, the better.
So to sort of round out the discussion, so I'm on the community engagement panel. I'm on the commission, the coalition, and I'm on Mike Levin's task force. So I think I'm probably the San Clemente representative, and I agree with Steve. There's probably no bigger, at least more serious or deadly danger than the spent fuel that's just to our south, right next to Marine Corps Base, right on the coast with rising seas. A lot of reasons it shouldn't be there. And I think we should all, we probably do all agree it shouldn't be there. It should be moved somewhere else. My concern, having being on those on the three, is that well, Mike Levin's task force did more than just present ideas, actually. Working with the Samuel Lawrence Foundation, it commissioned scientific studies to determine what the dangers are of keeping it there. That's critically important. No one in the bureaucracy is going to move it unless we present the evidence of the danger. They're not going to do it just on our word, right? They're going to need evidence. So no one's done more to move the spent nuclear fuel off the Songs facility than Mike Levin and his task force. So what I would like to see, and I have no problem supporting this, and I believe in the work that the coalition's doing, and I do think there should be advocacy. I think we, and I'm certainly willing to support it. I think we need to bring back a similar letter of support for Congressman Levin's task force at the next meeting, and I'd like support for that, so that we can also voice our support for the work that his task force is continuing.
Is that a
to do.
motion?
So
So
unless
let me
there's more
ask-
comments.
So I
If-
actually have one suggestion, if you haven't done it already, Mr. Boyce, is connect with Gary Hedricks with San Clemente Green. Because they were quite a huge advocacy group at the time in wanting to see the plant closed after a small leak and other little issues that had occurred. But he, I believe he headed that group, he and his wife Lori, and they amassed a huge coalition of people of similar views. They'd like to see the nuclear waste be removed.
Excellent. Well, of course, reach out.
All right, so if you want to make that motion, I would
Yep.
like to add a suggestion that Congressman Levin's office gives us information that of what it is that we are, and the resolution.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. You want me to read the motion then? I mean, we do have the resolution number on here, so.
Yes,
Okay.
go ahead and do that and then add, is it okay, city clerk, if he does it now in the motion, or do you want that? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, I move that we adopt resolution number 21-31 entitled "The Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California in support of the action for spent fuel now."
I know it's a mouthful.
Yes,
It is.
coalition. Is there solutions in there too, or?
Yeah,
Solutions now.
Action for spent fuel solutions now.
Action. for
Exclamation
spent-
point.
Okay. Add that in, please. Direct the city manager to transmit the resolution to co-chairs, Orange County Supervisor Lisa Bartlett and San Diego Supervisor Jim Desmond, and,
The congressional delegation from San Diego, Orange County, and our U.S. senators.
okay. And I'm not sure if I add this now, but that we also ask the city manager to bring back a resolution for consideration in support of Congressman Mike Levin's task force on songs. And that as part of that, the city staff reach out to Congressman Levin's staff and have them prepare that resolution for our consideration at the next meeting.
Yes, I'd like an update on what he's trying to do right now, where it's at.
Okay, and as part of that, in preparing the resolution, that the staff transmit to the city council summary of what the task force's current actions are.
Second?
Second by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
That carries 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Voice,
Thank
very
you so
much for coming tonight.
There are no public hearings this evening. So the next item is moving on to new business, the warrant register and payroll register.
Move to approve the warrant and payroll register.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Duncan.
Mayor
Councilmember
Ward, I
Duncan?
have some comments.
Oh.
Okay, pending discussion.
And not any particular pages, but meeting after meeting, I vote no on the warrant register. And every now and then, I just want to remind people why. On this warrant register, there's over $44,000 worth of consultant contracts. And I'm just dismayed that we continue to never hear from these consultants publicly or ever get to know what they do. and their invoices still appear blank, yet we pay their bills every month. And that's a lot of money, especially when I heard tonight folks come up to ask for more pickleball courts and lighting to serve the 500 players in town. And they're told to fundraise. And this is money that's spent every month. I've done the math just for these 5 consultants, of which I've totaled this amount for this month. It totals over $500,000. And I don't see any work product. It's not transparent. And, you know, we're protectors of the public purse. So I just can't in my conscience support this. So thank you, Mayor Ward.
Councilmember Ferguson, what issue do those consultants help us with?
It's the toll road, and the toll road is not coming through town, and the city is out of the toll road agency now.
It is.
And we
but
won't get an update for once every 6 months now, I'm told. At these
no,
meetings.
I don't know about, I
Yep,
don't know
yeah,
about
it was
that. but,
voted on, and
the public
it's no
does
longer,
need to-
excuse me, please
Wait.
don't interrupt me.
I
But
think you're
it's-
interrupting
Well,
me.
I just
was-
wanted
asked
to,
you
I
a
want to
question.
finish your question that there's no longer a standing item on the toll road, and it will be an update every 6 months, according to the council vote several meetings ago. I
Right.
don't want to
and so that was
argue,
council
but
direction.
I have an opinion and that's all, okay?
No,
And
I
we have
just
to
want-
respect each other for
If
that.
you're going to object to items that the council has voted on as a body to support, I think the public should know, you're just saying it's for consultants and you don't like them, that the public should know that those consultants help the city with the toll road.
How?
And the toll road is not finished yet.
When do
but
we
the
get to
city
know?
council is in preparation trying to finish that.
Fair enough. When do we get to know what they're doing for us? We never do.
If you would show up to closed session, you would probably learn from the
I've,
city council.
I've been in
what's
closed
going on.
sessions for 2 years before you all denied me records
weren't
for
here
closed
today.
session.
You weren't even here.
You all
tonight
deny
at
me
this closed
records with
session.
your policy to deny me closed session records, which I never get any closed session documents. Ms.
Because you
Ward.
won't
And you led
acknowledge
that.
that they're confidential.
You led that at
I
the same
did.
time that you censured me for my public,
right.
I
Well,
move
my
for the vote.
release
I-
of
I
public
move for the
documents.
vote.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
please don't interrupt me. City
No,
attorney,
The vote has been called for.
city attorney, are
The
they
vote
allowed
has
to
been
interrupt
called
me when
for.
I'm talking and
Councilmember Ferguson,
responding?
You're out of order.
City attorney, am I out of order?
To
She
speak,
is
you
out
have to
of
get the
order.
floor from the mayor.
Am I out of order? Continue my answer to her about why I'm not in closed session. I was answering
did
and she didn't
answer
like
it.
my answer. No, you don't like the fact that I will remind people that you have implemented a policy to keep confidential documents from me, okay?
I
So
can
you-
do nothing on my own. The city council as a body does everything that
Call
the
for the
city
question.
does.
Well, I'm
The
letting you
question has
talk.
been called
So
for.
there you go.
Mayor,
You have to let me speak. I have equal rights up here like all of you.
You do, and you're out of order at this time.
No, I'm not.
So, city clerk, I think the motion was by the mayor pro tem, or was it?
Correct. Seconded by Councilmember Duncan.
Yes, thank you. It was done. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No?
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
That carries 4-1. Next item is item B, that's consideration of terminating the local emergency due to COVID-19.
Oh,
Good evening.
So this was agendized by 2 council members,
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Ferguson and Councilmember Noblock. Oh, and Duncan. So that's right. We have a staff report. So you're presenting that?
Yes, I'll
Thank
be very brief in my report.
Yes. go ahead.
This was agendized at the prior council meeting and continued to this evening. Just some initial background on this item. This body approved a resolution on March 17th of 2020 declaring a local emergency for the city of San Clemente due to COVID. And there was an interest by the council in reevaluating that, in particular due to the June 15th transition that the state made in how it evaluated and managed the policies regarding that health emergency. I am available for any additional questions on this, but this item was raised essentially for council to decide whether or not staff should return with a resolution to undo that. So I will end my presentation at that.
Can you say that again? Because you said it really fast. Staff should return with what?
So the staff recommendation is that the city council discuss the potential implications of rescinding the local health emergency due to COVID-19 and direct staff whether and when to return with an associated resolution for consideration.
Okay. And I understand, I think city manager, you have a presentation to make or comments to make to the council.
Well, I think,
report?
so a couple of comments, and I know that one of the questions was the feasibility of rescinding the emergency ordinance and how it affects us from a financial perspective. And so first, with regards to the federal monies, the ARP specifically, the guidelines have been published since we initially discussed this item. And in those guidelines, they indicate an emergency proclamation is not needed for the eligibility of those funds. What I can't answer with 100% certainty is the state monies that we've received from COVID. There are nothing clear, and it's more or less, I'd be playing a what if game if I was to go there. It's one of those things in a couple of years we'll get audited, we could get dinged because we didn't have a proclamation, but it's a what if. And so I can't give you 100% certainty that it's okay or not. A lot of the emergency powers that were in place as it relates to outdoor dining have been bifurcated from this emergency, so that originally the emergency powers allowed the city to override their zoning, which allowed the outdoor dining. We have already at previous council actions separated that item out of this. And so even if you, going back to rescinding the emergency ordinance, at the city level, we are still bound to the state and the county guidance. And if the guidance changes, we will adapt accordingly. The one thing that does go away with the declaration of the emergency or the rescinding of the emergency is my emergency powers. But to point out, I haven't used them in some time. And if there was something that facilitated a need for major change, I would request the mayor to call a special meeting so that we could convene and discuss those issues. But those are my disclaimers I wanted to provide to the council as they deliberate on this matter.
Question, Madam Mayor?
Okay, go ahead, please.
Councilmember Noblock and then
Uh,
Councilmember Ferguson.
Eric, if the council were to decide this evening to remove the emergency restrictions completely, would that open up City Hall and allow contractors to have direct access to planners and people at the county?
That access is allowed today.
Physical access?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
I think there's a distinction there, but they have to make an
Make it
appointment.
a point.
Yes, they have to make an appointment, but they
close.
can still meet in person with the planning
Yeah,
department.
but then I would expand my question to say, would that open up so that they wouldn't need an appointment? They could walk through the front door of the civic building like they have historically done?
As a city manager currently, and I will say, and also it's probably important to note, over the weekend, I've been dealing with COVID exposures at a number of levels within the city, not only at staff levels, but in our classes with our children and programs. And so every day this weekend, we were dealing with a number of exposures with classes that we had to notify parents. We had to notify parents on Saturday of exposure at a junior lifeguard program. We had to notify a mountain bike class on Sunday of an exposure from a class participant. And I have noticed a number of employees have tested positive and have been out. So we've seen a spike in terms of that. From a city manager perspective, as it relates to the employees, which is one of my primary focuses, it's always been as it's related to COVID and maintaining a safe working environment. Based on that information, I would still want to do an appointment just to control the flow in the city hall to make sure that the employees feel safe. Because recently we've had some employees that have raised concerns with regards to the outbreak that they have seen within their division as it relates to wearing masks and so forth. So, once we got past a point of where we weren't seeing exposure going significantly higher, and the case in point, yesterday, I think the County of Orange saw the case count jump by 500 in one day. So we're at 1,500 exposed, and the hospital rates have gone up a little bit. And so, again, I've got to protect the public, but I also have to protect the employees. And so the public can interact with the employees directly, but we're just trying to do it in a controlled manner that makes the public and the employees feel safe.
At what point will that end? I mean, there's never going to be 100% eradication of COVID.
You know what? I wish I had a
somehow is
crystal
gonna catch it.
ball, sir. I don't know. I know if numbers start going down, I think we're going to start feeling better.
Thanks.
Councilmember
Mayor.
Ferguson.
Thanks, Mayor Ward. I had to leave the last meeting after 10, family emergency, but, I know all of you didn't address that this night because I did recommend placing this on the agenda, and I got support from 2 members for this report, I guess, to come along with it. But I want to note that the governor had reopened the state on June 15th. And for all those cities that weren't already open, there's many, at least in South Orange County and North Orange County, that were open. But I work for a city and we opened immediately everything on June 15th because the governor said, open up the economy. So we did. So to my surprise, this weekend, we still have the big sign up that we're closed to appointment only and we need to be open. And so we're actually acting in contrary to what the governor had stated. But I just, there's so much to capture with this and so much has happened. I just want to move forward. And I did post a message this weekend about this with some statistics. And the report is good. COVID, it killed a lot of people. It's terrible that it killed so many people in America, over 600,000 people. We need to look at San Clemente and we're doing good and we have done good for a very long time. But I just want to mention, we're here tonight to consider why are we still in a local emergency, right? And the legal standard to keep the city in a state of emergency is an extreme peril. We're not extreme peril. We're not even in peril. That would overwhelm government services is to keep in a local emergency. We're not overwhelmed. Our services aren't overwhelmed. San Clemente certainly does not meet the legal standard and government must not exist in a state of emergency longer than the legal standard is met. According to the data tracker, I looked up the stats this weekend from the County of Orange, San Clemente with the total population they're using, a little lower than we are, 65,405 being used, experienced a total of 38 COVID-19 related deaths and 3,131 total cases of COVID-19. We got lucky in San Clemente, and we also had a lot of great protocols in place during a time when COVID was spreading fast, and that curve was flattened long ago. And also stated every life is important. It is, all 38. But staying in a state of emergency based on these statistics is not common sense. It's not allowing people their personal responsibility, their choice, freedom, and liberty in this town. And we need our city hall open and other restrictions that we have in place, even at our community center and other public facilities. So that said, I want to add that about 90 days last year into COVID, we learned a lot, right? We learned a lot that the age group at most risk was over 65 years old, and particularly the highest risk group was over 85. And the survival rate, of course, was not as good as if all of us got COVID. And there was a less than 2% death rate, and we saw that everywhere, right? In America, at least. So therapeutics were developed also within about 6 months last year, and then the vaccine, and now over half of Orange County is vaccinated. And those of us that had COVID or get exposed to COVID, we have natural immunity. And I think we're in good shape to do this, but again, we just can't, we don't have a basis. We can't just justify staying in this local emergency. And if something should change, this council can reconvene, have a special meeting, and put a local emergency in place again. We've had multiple special meetings this year already. We can have another, and we're all really quick to get together, as you've all seen with all the meetings we've had this year, and make that happen should the circumstances change with the COVID. So that said, before I'd like to make a motion, of course, to have staff bring back a resolution to rescind, bless you, to rescind the local emergency that is in place. Thanks.
So there's a motion on the floor, pending discussion. I have a question of the city manager. The state and county still has the emergency order in place. Is that true?
Yes.
What are the requirements of the city of San Clemente to follow state and county ordinances and laws?
I would kind of ask Scott to opine that. It's just, kind of naturally, we are under their jurisdiction as the county. So the county health officer who provides direction to all of the cities within the county as their health orders come out and so forth. And then the governor, obviously at the state level, his executive orders, et cetera, that are I guess, put out, and then cities are required to follow.
So, Mr. Smith, we're a general law city, and we follow the laws. We all swore to follow when we raised our hand to get on council that we would follow the state, California, the laws of the state. Is that?
Yeah,
true?
that's right. I just echo what Eric said, that those orders so far, at least the county orders, have been preemptive. They can leave room for local discretion. And I'm not familiar with the letter of them like your staff is, but so far the county's orders have been preemptive. That means they apply from end to end in the county.
Right. So one thing that I would like to mention to the council, I heard the words, I want to move forward. We need to open. We can't just justify doing this, but we're under a state and county guidelines and health officer guidelines of what we should be following. And I believe the state of California would not, when we're worried about the CARES Act relief funds that we've gotten from the state of California wouldn't expect us to preemptively pull out of these orders, that we've been falling under. And I think that in 1 or 2 years, we would see a problem. And I think that there's great caution to this and there's consequences to doing this. And I don't quite know what the reason is, because even if we said this and just magically pretended that the variant wasn't here in San Clemente, and we don't know people that have gotten COVID just in the last week, huge spikes of COVID, where the rates have doubled in hospitalizations in just a matter of 3 days, and that they've doubled quite a few times. And so we are concerned about it. And we know that this time, this variant is different. And we know that these are coming because we can follow where they came from in the world. And this one came from India. And we've been waiting for a month for it to hit. And we know that now it's here. And we've heard that every single day we have had an issue with a COVID outbreak within our ranks of city staff or people that have come to our recreation classes. And they have now been children. They are no longer preempted from, no longer not a risk factor. The children are getting COVID, and they, unfortunately, all families, we know entire families that have gotten it. I would encourage the council to not even second this and not consider doing this. It's not something that has to be done right now. And the state would not expect us to be doing this, and the county that we would be following this. I think there's going to be changes that come up that we don't even know what's going to happen. We learned last year when this council, very same people that agendized this, one of the people tried to wrestle control from the city manager having emergency control at that time, the city manager, Robert Dunick, of how we could open and how we could be light on our feet and be able to change things at a moment's notice. It affected because council wrestled the control away from the city manager and tried to agendize it to just open everything up. Memorial Day weekend, none of the fences came down because the council deadlocked. If we had not wrestled control away from the city manager at that time would have opened the fences at the lower parking lot, and that they would have been open. So it was city council intervention that caused us to not be proactive and be able to open and adjust to the conditions that were before us. And I would urge the council not to think about doing it at this time, because there are things that might be happening and coming down the pike in the next couple of weeks that there are going to be changes. And if we take that away and we don't certify again tonight, because we're talking about it, that the city manager is our emergency officer, we aren't going to be able to modify what we need to do and keep our residents safe. This is a public safety issue. It was mentioned that the city manager will just ask the mayor to call a special meeting. Well, those of us that were on the council last year, we know what those special meetings, how difficult that was. And they were very controversial. And that's how we deadlocked on the parking. So it's not something that we should do. There's no reason to do it. Even if we say that there's no variant here, the Delta variant is not in our city and no one's getting infected, nothing's going to change. We still have to follow county policy. So as long as those orders are in effect for the state and the county, we should be following them. We are a general law city.
So, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
so the county courts are open. I think the county administration.
They're not open.
Yes, they are.
No.
Yes.
Mr. City Attorney, will you talk about the court? I know we have a case coming up at the end of this month. We're not sure that they are.
I'm checking on that. It's been case by case with the courts.
I was just in the
I don't
courthouse the
know
other
yet.
day.
Mhm.
Yeah.
There are jurors there, there's.
It's
trials
for
there.
certain
So they're back to it.
cases though.
Yeah,
Not all.
I can check.
They
that out.
opened mid-June.
Did they?
When the governor said to open on June 15th, they opened. It's important to note that the County of Orange opened in June of 2020, their buildings. I've used them multiple times last year. And it's also important to note that the city manager with the power, this shows the power of this resolution for the city manager. He took away our council meetings from the public. There was no images even of us, just the city seal for months. So that's the power. He took that away from us.
That's
Okay,
ridiculous.
and the county never
I don't
closed to
think
the
that
people,
is
to the
actually
public.
true and accurate
But
information.
Anyway, but that's what
whatsoever.
happened. Oh, yes, it is. But let
No.
me tell you, everyone, just who's here tonight, there are 2 cities along the coast, big cities in Orange County, that did repeal their local emergency.
what we'll have to look
That's
forward
Newport
to.
Beach and Huntington Beach.
All right, thank you. Would any other city council member like to speak?
I have a question. We had a resolution, a motion for a resolution to come back.
There was
with
no
language.
second yet?
My question is, it would be to the city attorney. Scott, if this were to be rescinded, could we simply rescind the resolution without language to rescind the resolution? Could we make a motion and verbally make a motion to rescind resolution 20-13, which was entered by this council on March 17th, 2020? Would that suffice to accomplish what the maker of the motion is suggesting?
Yeah, I think it could. A resolution, there's a parity of enactments. So usually it takes an ordinance to amend an ordinance, but to just rescind a resolution, I think it can be done without a resolution.
Thank you. I'll second the motion if that.
Okay, so there's a motion and just a second. Is there any more discussion? Sure.
I guess oh, you had.
No, I was
Yeah,
conferring.
the recommendation is to bring back a new resolution.
I
But
just, it's
so-
modified though now.
It sounds like the motion
Yeah.
is to just rescind the
Right.
resolution to effective tonight. Okay.
Mhm.
Boy, I probably would be in favor of bringing back a resolution. Here's the concern, because I would love to see us go back to no masks. So it breaks my heart to think about my kids starting school with masks in a month. But the reality on the ground is, and we're seeing it right in San Clemente, is the Delta variant is unfortunately spiking cases, and we don't know at this point, I think, what's going to happen around the corner. And so, gosh, I mean, I was really leaning towards trying to move past this and thinking of a summer without COVID. And unfortunately, circumstances, I think, are changing that. So I think as much as I would love to be able to take away the emergency ordinance, I don't see how that's the prudent thing to do at this time, as we see circumstances changing on an almost hourly basis that could put us right back in that situation. And then we do
We're
have a
not ready.
long gap until our next meeting.
Yeah.
But that's, I think that long gap, the next meeting works in our favor. We
Sure.
We can vote on it this evening to bring back a new resolution on August the
Oh,
20th.
And then we see what the conditions
Sure.
are.
And we see what the conditions are on August the 20th.
I think it'll
That-
prove my point, but I think that's a good suggestion. Not saying, if we talk about doing that, all we're saying is that we want that to be brought back, but we are not stating tonight that we have approval for that. That will be pending August. is
20th,
it
I think.
August 20th is our next meeting.
I think so.
Is that a subject? to
It's
look-
August 17th is the next meeting, August
When is it?
17th.
So,
17th.
We need to take a vote. City
So that
Clerk,
would
on the
be-
first motion.
hold on one second.
I don't
I'm
want
the
that to get
mayor.
away from
Thank
you.
you very much. I'm very aware. I would like to make a substitute motion that that staff does bring back a resolution for the council to consider approving or disapproving, rescinding that order. But my substitute motion would also be that part of that there is another second part to it, that we reaffirm that if we do not do that, that the city manager is the emergency officer for this issue. So that he can accurately run operations of the city.
I'm not quite sure I
Right.
understand what. your
It's
point-
just a second part. If we, so there's a choice. Are we going to rescind this, a resolution to do that? But a second choice of if we don't rescind it, that we reaffirm that the city manager is our emergency officer for operations of the city, in this.
Why would you need to reaffirm it?
Yeah.
You simply is.
Because this is what happened before. Councilmember Ferguson agendized trying to just open everything and get rid of everything. And what it did is it removed, at the time we were talking, she wanted to agendize fencing. It removed it so that the city manager couldn't open it on Memorial Weekend because we took it back from him on that action. That's what I'm talking about is we don't take it back from the city manager. He can fluently change and open things, like if things want to open, he can do that. But
That's not
Councilman Ferguson
accurate,
agendized the
Kathleen.
fences and we took it back and then we deadlocked and the city manager couldn't override that.
I think though, Mayor
No,
Ward,
That's what I'm trying to
incorrect. That's
say is
incorrect.
operations wise, the city manager.
I think we
needs to
can
be
deal
the-
with that though at that August meeting, right? Because that really only comes into effect if we choose to rescind the emergency order at that time. Right?
No, no,
So-
no. I just want to reaffirm it because of all of this. And so it's just if we don't rescind the resolution, that we have a second choice to not rescind it and reaffirm just for purposes of clarification that Mr. Sun still has emergency powers to operate the city.
Well,
We
he-
had to designate an emergency person when we did the emergency.
He will have those
Isn't that in the
emergency powers
resolution? So
through the
you don't need to
duration
reaffirm it
to-
unless
to-
you
I
rescind
believe so,
something.
but because of
Status quo
this,
remains.
I'm worried about that.
Okay, but
I mean, I just wanted reaffirmed for the public, if we're not going to do it.
So unnecessary.
Okay, but I thought that the substitute
There's,
motion
then
is
there's
to.
no issue if it's unnecessary. There's no issue reaffirming it. Then I.
Unless you rescind a resolution, status quo remains. Okay,
Well, then I'm
everything in there
glad you are.
remains. But I
saying
am
that the
not
city
supporting
manager is
yours.
In charge.
Yeah, I'm not supporting that. No,
Well, you-
I'm supporting freedom over power and control like you, Mayor Ward.
Councilmember Ferguson, that is brought back to the next meeting and we don't need to say how we're
Okay,
going to
let's
vote
vote.
on something. We're going to wait. That's what the
Okay,
the
well,
motion
there's a
was.
substitute motion on the table, right?
Right, and I think the substitute motion has to go first.
But there is no
And
second
I'm
yet.
willing to,
I think
it was
On the
just to,
substitute.
The substitute motion is to bring back a resolution at the next meeting about rescinding the local emergency.
And if I could interject just right now, Mayor and Council, the corollary would be for us to report on where that leaves the powers of the city's emergency operations officer. So with the resolution, we'll give you a report on where that leaves emergency directives under your ordinance. Because I remember you have made the point that your ordinance was a little bit unorthodox. And so what this resolution dictates under the ordinance, we'll have a report and you can address it or not as the council sees fit on that date. Is that what you had in mind?
no, I appreciate that.
As part of that report, can we have who's open? When did they open? And what are their protocols? Our sister cities, the county. I would like to see what everyone else is doing as well.
We can do our best to get information from Southern California cities in terms of their statuses as well.
Thank you.
All right, so are you clear on that?
Okay.
I still haven't heard a second, though.
The second on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No.
Councilmember Noblock,
I'm going to vote no because I think we should address the issue this evening. So no on that.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
Mayor Ward,
Aye,
carries 3-2.
thank you. I think that was a good solution, Mayor Pro Tem.
Next item is item C, dog access on city beaches and parks.
Excuse me, may I, Mayor Ward? We didn't vote on the original motion yet.
We don't
It's
need to do
because
that
the
because
second-
it
the-
fails.
The
because that
substitute
motion
passed.
Okay,
took
fair
its
enough.
place.
Okay, so two just failed. Okay, so me and Mr. Noblock, Councilmember Noblock. Okay.
Item C is dog access on city beaches and parks, and I do have some cards on this item.
All right, great.
Okay,
Let's
the
hear from the
first
public.
is from Susan Ambrose.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Honorable City Council members. Nice to see you here this evening. I am here to speak to you at the request of my Coastal Advisory Committee members. I serve as the chairperson of the Coastal Advisory Committee until the end of August. And in doing so, I am here to support the recommendation by the Beaches, Parks and Recreation Commission to, let me read this exactly. The recommendation that the City Council uphold current rules and regulations surrounding dog access to San Clemente beaches and do not recommend any location for on or off leash dog access to city beaches. We look at this, we had several discussions and several things came to mind, of course, with us and our committee with Coastal Advisory. It's important to keep in mind the water quality regulations for which the city must comply with to protect the health of beachgoers. And when you look at this, potential implications of introducing another bacteria source like dog feces, for example, should cause us some concern because we have orders and we are charged with protecting human health, complying with various environmental regulations, and avoiding potential enforcement actions and monetary penalties from the Regional Water Quality Control Board, to which we belong under their authority. Dog feces has the potential to contribute to fecal indicator bacteria in ocean waters. And FIB water quality data is used to indicate if ocean waters are protective of human health for people who recreate in the water. Should they be higher than the exceeded level or a level of excess, then the beach segment is put on an advisory list. These lists and signs are posted at beaches. That water quality swimming in these locations could cause health problems. So they are required to be posted throughout the length of the beach segment that has exceeded water quality objectives. We have 11 such segments in our city and 11 such beaches that could fall victim to this, depending on where the proposed dog park may go. So with that, I conclude my comments with, again, the recommendation that we are supporting the Beaches, Parks and Recreation Commission's recommendation to keep the rules as they stand right now and not advance any other action for dogs on the beach on or off leash. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very
And
much.
my committee members.
The next speaker is, I believe that says Brett Froelich.
Hi, everyone. I've lived in San Clemente since 1983, and I'm a dog owner. So one of the problems with San Clemente is that we don't have any off-leash areas and we don't have a dog beach. And your very own survey showed that 60% of the people who took the survey are in favor of that. And so as our representatives, I believe the majority of people would support it. And I also believe that the one-year trial period is a good idea. I also wanted to say that, excuse me. I also wanted to say that I think North Beach is the most likely solution, since beaches like DJ and Mariposa don't really have the parking to support extra people. Most of the people in the city, or a very high percentage of the people in the city, live in apartments and they don't have a place for dogs to run. So that the fact that there's no off-leash areas in our city is really shameful. A lot of other cities have off-leash areas. We have places like the Greenbelt where it'd be totally possible. As far as the beach is concerned, most of the other beaches, they don't have water quality problems related to the beach. We got Del Mar, Huntington, Laguna, Ocean Beach. They don't have those problems. I keep hearing about quality. We're all concerned about runoff, and we're all concerned about the quality of our water. I'm a surfer, but we don't have any dogs on the beach, and we've had a water quality problem for 40 years. We all know it's runoff. So I don't think that there's any proof that having a dog beach is going to pollute our water. I think people self-police very well, and I think people are responsible, and they should be treated as responsible. And I think we should have some freedom to have our dogs in areas where they can play and have a beach. And I think that would be a good addition to our city. So I would like to ask you to consider that, consider the one-year trial. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I think the majority of the people in San Clemente want it. Thank you.
Jasmine Tolles.
Good evening, council, neighbors of San Clemente, Mayor. I'm also in support of the dog beach. I've done some research of my own, and I believe that the bacterial content or the concerns are minimal, as stated recently. Del Mar doesn't have an issue with it. Fiesta Island hasn't had a recent issue with it, but in 2019, our own lovely pier right here was voted one of the highest levels of bacteria with no dog access. So my recommendation would be to do a trial. I also think that perhaps limiting the exposure in the initial trial, so a smaller section of beach, maybe where there's less traffic, less tourism, might be a good opportunity. And again, that we just did the survey. We did see, even though that was a very small sampling of San Clemente, that 61% of people did vote in favor of it. In addition, some of the other things like the 2003 Talega Park was also successful and continues to be successful for allowing dogs. I ask for all of your consideration. Thank you.
Pamela Roth.
Good evening. I am also very much in favor of a dog park. We're a beach town. A lot of us have dogs. We are responsible citizens, most of us. I have personally visited the dog park, the dog beach in Huntington Beach. They're all running around. I'm sure they do occasionally defecate, but I never saw any of them do that. And if they do, I'm sure they do, but they don't do it where the surf is coming up and down. So even if they do, they kind of do it away from where the surf is. It doesn't actually get in the water. So the chance of it actually getting into the water seems to me to be very slim. Seems like we're a beach town, but a lot of people have dogs, and we should just give it a try. Could not hurt, and it would be a really nice addition to our city. So thank you.
That's all the cards that I have.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
Well, Madam Mayor, I brought this item up, and the staff report, I think, does a pretty good job of looking at the issues and suggesting some additional expansion of the potential dog use, which I appreciate. What I'd like to do is kind of pull my colleagues a little bit. Historically, I've heard comments about limiting the scope of the pilot program. One of the speakers talked about limiting the location, and heard comments about limiting the hours. And without attacking my own resolution, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the resolution as submitted previously, my resolution, which is, I guess, distributed to the public and is available. with the modification that for the, even for the trial purpose, that we limit the access from sunrise to 9 AM and then after 6 PM during the test period. So that's resolution part one, motion part one. Motion part two would be recommended actions per the staff report, items 2 and 3. 2 being to direct staff to earmark funding for off-leash dog access improvements through the site-specific master plan, and and item 3, direct staff to return to council for cost for a temporary off. Well, excuse me, just item 1 and item.
Okay, now I'm lost now.
Okay.
So you need to start over.
I'll start over with a motion to
Thank you.
approve the resolution I originally proposed. with
So
the con- with-
scrap
with-
everything else, but go back to something that you gave
Yeah,
us
I
a couple
wanna-
months
I
ago.
want to limit the time of access from sunrise to 9 AM and after 6 PM. And then point 2 is, the second part of that motion is staff recommendation number 2 to direct staff to earmark funding for off-leash dog access improvements through site-specific park master plan updates, which is in process.
And you are eliminating number 3. Right.
Yes, from the staff recommendation, yes.
Okay.
That's
So
not part of
only
my- that's
number
not part of
2,
my motion.
not number 1.
Not number 1.
Okay.
Just number 2 and my resolution.
All right.
I
Just
can
wanted
read
to
the
get that
resolution,
straight.
But I think it's been publicly disseminated, so I'm not sure.
I think it was in the staff report, but I can't lay my
I don't
hands on
think it was in the
it.
printed materials, but it was.
I think
sub-
it was.
It was.
It was emailed to council and we do have copies.
It
here.
was, but I believe, Joanne, I saw it.
It's not in the staff report.
In-
That was attachment 2 of the staff report.
It was in there. I
What
know.
page?
Oh,
We
I
missed it.
saw it when I went through it.
Okay.
So-
No, it's missing.
Okay, Councilmember
Oh, here it
Noblock,
is.
you would
It's
need
on,
to read the title of your resolution.
The
And
title of
it's-
the resolution is a resolution of the city of San Clemente allowing dogs on a designated portion of beach.
And that would be resolution number 21-34.
Oh, no, it's not in mine.
Okay, so before, Madam Clerk, that we do that, I'd like to have discussion.
Well, I don't have a second on my motion, but that was a motion.
We don't need a second yet. Is there a second?
I'll second the
Okay, so
motion.
there's
of
a
Councilmember
motion and a
Noblock.
second. And I would like to have discussion. So tonight, I'm not going to be supporting moving forward on that. And there's several reasons. And most of it is because our Beaches, Parks and Rec Committee 6-0 said, do not do this. It's been considered since 1989, looking at adding dogs to our beach. And I know why people want it. Huntington Beach has very wide beaches and they have very miles of beach. And they have places, where the dogs, aren't in conflict with the uses. San Clemente has very narrow beach. Any new use that we introduce to the beach is going to be a conflict with what is currently there. We do what we do very well. And we are a beach community, and there's people there enjoying the beach with their children, and there's surfers also there, and that's what we do. We aren't the same as Dana Point. They are a harbor, and it's great that Dana Point is so close to us. If you want to go out in a boat, you go to the harbor. But if you want to surf and you want to go to San Onofre and you want to surf at 204s or T Street, you go to San Clemente. That's what we do well. And that's what we currently, all of our efforts go to. I think it's very unfair to introduce another use, especially off leash, as what's been talked about tonight. Because out of the 5 beaches that everyone can go to right now if they want to go to a beach with their dog, there's only one that's off leash, and that's Huntington. Every single other beach requires a leash. And it's in a very small area and out away from the people where all these other ones are. The Dana Point one is actually around the Ocean Institute in the harbor. But it's over there in a rocky area. They've kind of allowed some dogs, but it still requires a leash. And so to me, this is a public safety issue. adding dogs to it. It's a water quality issue. And I will explain to the public that the pier did have higher bacteria levels, and it was from, we believe it was from the pigeons. It was the same as if it had been from dogs. It was from an animal, and it was, excrement from the pigeons, and they were roosting underneath our pier. And the marker for the water quality happened to be moved right underneath the pier, so it was affected by that. I think the water quality, the parking conflicts that this would cause, and moving this to North Beach when saying there's not that much tourism there, but there's a major effort by this city council and the city to restore North Beach. And it is going to be a major entertainment area. And it is the parking lot to the beach trail, and already has a lot of out-of-town people parking. Having dogs at the beach would bring massive amounts of new people to the beach, which is already a small beach that the tide comes in and there's not that much beach there. The hours that were even mentioned wouldn't even be good, because there's a lot of times there isn't going to be even any beach at that time. So the conflicts are a problem for me. The water quality is a problem. There isn't enough beach and there isn't enough sand to add this to everyone. The fact that the BPR said no and the coastal advisory said no, and it's been considered so many times, that tells me something. And it was very thoughtfully considered all of these years. And there's a reason why public officials don't do laws or new regulations on trial basis. Because if you have to do it on a trial, there's probably something that's not good about it, and you're just trying to get it in and just try it out. It should be good enough to where we make a law or we make an ordinance and it's forever. We tried to do it with banning leaf blowers, gas leaf blowers, but the council wasn't ready to do it for that it was permanent. You can't do a temporary law that bans something, and you can't do a temporary law that adds something either. I think it's not good planning policy. I think we have enough conflicts on the beach, and dogs are just not something that we should add. I think the public we do have our dog parks. If the council wants to talk about improving the dog park, that is something that we can do. We're looking at a parks master plan. Maybe that should be part of it. But as far as that, we should not add dogs to any other locations and change anything unless we discuss it within the Parks and Rec master plan. So those are my comments.
Well, in response to the comments, I don't think there's a public safety problem at all. I think no safety public issue has been addressed in any of the cities that currently allow their citizens to enjoy their beaches with their pets, number one. Number two, we can do a test policy. There's no prohibition whatsoever to prevent that. Number three, this hasn't been considered for 30 years. It gets brought up occasionally. It hasn't been thoughtfully considered, nor has it been tried. You know, for 60 years, this city said dogs aren't allowed in our parks. It took 60 years for our citizens to be able to enjoy their pets in the public parks. Yeah, it's true. Look it up. It's in the
I think
staff- it's in
Bob
the staff report.
Baker, I think was
Secondly,
mayor
we
for that.
can, the fact that our advisors didn't take a position is really irrelevant. When I asked this to go to the Beaches and Parks Commission, I asked for their recommendation on perhaps a better location. They didn't, they ignored that completely and simply said, we don't want to talk about it. 6-0, we don't want dogs on our beaches. 62% of our citizens said we'd love to do that. And 16,000 dog owners in this town would probably appreciate being able to take their dog for a few hours in the morning and after sunset, after 6 o'clock when a lot of people aren't. So I think this is something that's time has come. I think when this town was founded in 1926, it took over 60 years to allow dogs anywhere in a public space. And I think it's time that we allow our limited resources to be used by our citizens.
So can I just correct the record? The council as a body voted to send this to the Beaches, Parks and Rec, and we all collectively, it was in the motion. I know what motion you made, but it was modified that we asked for their
Yeah.
recommendation. So I
The-
just want to make that clear for the
Thank you
public
for
record.
clarifying that. But the point is that the commission doesn't set policy, we do. And so that's my.
Right, they're advisory.
Mayor Ward,
So let me
I have
just
a
add to
question.
my one comment, just really quick. I said it was a public safety issue, but I also meant to say that it is a code enforcement issue. And it will take staff coordination and more time to enforce this. You can't just let loose a conflict of a use like this on the beach and our lifeguards cannot do it. So it is going to be a fiscal issue and it will be a conflict of, and so when I said public safety, I meant
You meant the
safety and enforcement.
Yeah,
That is
regarding
the
enforcement,
problem.
it could be enforced exactly the way it is now. Right now, if there's a dog on the beach, it gets enforced. If there's a dog on the beach right now, outside of this parameters, it will be enforced.
I think
I
we'd
don't
have to
think
probably
it's gonna-
hire new
I
CASA.
don't think it's going to take any additional resources or pose any sort of an undue burden on our staff.
Okay, is there any other council members?
I do. I have a few comments, but I wanted to just ask a question of Councilmember Noblock. Wasn't your proposal in your original resolution for dogs on leash?
On leash.
Right, okay.
Right.
So Mayor Ward was saying off leash, so.
Because he read
that's
it as off
important-
leash.
Well, that's important to
No,
note
on-
because that's
on
that's
the
a
staff report.
It
on the
says off leash.
On the staff report, item 2, which is not part of my resolution, that's a future item that comes through our site-specific master plan updates and so
Councilmember
forth.
Noblock, I asked you if you were doing number 2 and not doing number 1 and 3, and you said yes.
That's
So
correct. What's your?
it says off leash. That's why I said it.
At the
Councilmember Ferguson,
parks.
that's why I said it, because it was in the resolution.
Well, then let's bifurcate it and that was staff. I was trying to incorporate what I thought was a reasonable staff request or staff
Well, then you need
suggestion.
to be clear on what you're.
Well,
you're
I'll be
advocating.
clear. I'll amend my motion to include, to right now make a motion to support my original resolution with a restricted timeframe for sunrise to 9 a.m. and after 6 p.m. And that's my motion.
So you're completely ignoring all of
I'm
the staff
amending
recommendations
my-
and going in favor of the
I'm
one
amending
you
my
wrote.
motion. If that passes, we can consider the second item.
Okay, so I think there's a motion and a second for that, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
I'll second that, yes. Okay, may I make a few comments? Okay, so regarding having someone involved in picking up poop, dog poop. I do know that Huntington Beach for a long time, since the dog beach was formed, there's a nonprofit that takes care of it all. Okay, so no city resources. So there is a potential for that. In the pilot program, if this does pass for 1 year, we could possibly get some groups to work on that. That would be ideal. And then there would be no drain on the general fund, no new staff to enforce, et cetera. And it works great. We have example right up the coast that we can look at. And we know the animal shelter has on any given year, 200 volunteers going in and out of there, walking dogs and taking care of cats. So I'm sure a few of them might be interested in stepping up. So we certainly don't have a shortage of volunteers in this town that love animals and raise money for animals. So that, and regarding the excrement by pigeons, that is very different than canine excrement. And there has not been any canine markers detected in the waters around the pier where the study was done. So that's important. That's very different. And then also there was a survey done. I cannot remember the year, my apologies, but it actually was a more formal survey that showed far greater than 61% of this survey, this random survey that was more informal, done from March 23rd through April 7th. So that's important. I don't know if our Parks Department is here and can cite that, but it was tremendously higher. I am aware of that. But before we go there, I just really value the voice of the people, and people have been wanting this for a long, long time. And we are a dog town. As Councilmember Noblock noted, there's over 16,000 dogs that we know of that are licensed. So there's maybe even a lot more than that. Who knows? Get licensed if you're not. But that said, what's a year to try it out, right? It's been something that has come and gone and come and gone, and people want to see it. And there's no harm in giving it a try and mixing it if it doesn't work. So that said, is someone from Parks or Rec here to answer the question about past surveys?
Yes, good evening, Councilmember Ferguson, Mayor Ward, council members. Samantha Wiley, the Beaches Parks and Recreation Director. I believe you're referring to the 2018 master plan. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Is that
Survey done, and I recall it was a lot higher than 61% that supported an area of beach for dogs.
Samantha,
sure? So
not the one that was only for a few days that was online.
It wasn't during my time on council. It was before.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought you were talking about the recent survey.
Oh, no, that was from March 23rd through April 7th. That was the one that showed over 60, just over 61%. There was another one that was done a few years ago, not while I'd been on council, that showed a much higher amount. I don't have it with me. I should have looked for it, but it just.
yeah, I can probably pull it up. I believe what you're referring to is that 2018 master plan. That would have been the most recent statistically valid survey that was performed and pulled through our consultant at that time who landed that master plan. I can find that data for you if you'd like me to very quickly. I can grab it. It did reflect that there was a want for more off-leash dog amenities. I believe there was a mention of dog beaches, but I think there were some nuances to that as well. And I'm happy to pull that really quickly as well. If you give me just one moment, I can do that.
Oh, thanks. For some reason, I'm thinking there was another.
Would you
one.
like to go, Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
while we're waiting? Samantha, we're just going to go ahead and have the Mayor Pro Tem speak. Thank you.
I'm a dog owner. I would love to take my golden retriever, Gracie, and run her off leash until she passed out. I think Council Member Noblock's initiative here is a very fair one to look at. But we do have off-leash opportunities for dog owners in San Clemente. I don't want to disagree with any of the speakers, but we do have that. And the master plan of parks that Samantha Wiley is about ready to roll out in the near future has several more off-leash opportunities. The fact is, our beach here is narrow. The other thing is, I challenge anyone to walk from Calafia to North Beach on the beach trail and see how many piles of dog feces there are. The vast majority of dog owners are responsible dog owners, but all it takes is several percent to ruin it for everyone. I am very concerned about the fact that at North Beach, twice every 24 hours and 50 minutes, high tide comes. And even the most responsible dog owner can pick up feces. But what are you gonna do about the urine that's in the sand? That's where children are gonna lay down their beach towels. In close proximity to San Clemente in San Diego County, we have several dog beaches that you can let your dog run. The emotional part of me would love to vote for this, but the rational, practical part of me has concerns about enforcement, has concerns about water quality. And Steve, I wish I could support it. I just simply can't. I wish we had a big wide beach like Huntington Beach. We don't have that. So I won't be able to support this tonight, and I feel terrible about it. And from a personal perspective, I wish I could run my dog.
Thank you for talking about the sand, because when I didn't explain it well, but when I talk about conflicts, I mean like conflicts with the sand, dogs urinating,
When
on
you
the
said
sand, and they will do it. It will be a conflict
you
with people
paid-
that want to sit on that sand.
When you said public safety, did you mean public health?
I think I did. And I meant the code enforcement part of it is just untenable for me. And I wish, we could do it also, but that's what I meant to say. So when you talked about people trying to sit, that's what I meant, public safety, health, things like that. It's a conflict with the current beach users. And I cannot, in good conscience, vote for anything that changes and introduces a conflict to our beaches at this time.
In response to the conflict issue, this stretch of beach, if you've walked it recently, is very narrow. So the impact to the human population is de minimis. As Gene said, the water comes in twice a day and whatever is there is going to be flushed out and cleansed.
But that's the very
And let me
reason
finish
that I
my-
don't want to
Let me
do
finish
it.
my comments. There won't be beach towels there. This is a rocky area. This was selected by me as a test program because it's a very rocky area.
It's not
When
always
we're-
rocky.
Please let me finish my
Okay,
comments
I'm
without
sorry.
interruption.
Go
Thank you. It's an area where the very little human, you don't see a lot of towels there. And by limiting the hours, you're going to have zero impact on the surfers and, in my opinion, on any of our population that would want to simply walk their dogs on leash on limited hours, not interfering with anybody, but giving our people the quality of life that they came here, being able to walk their pet on a beach. And I think it's important. I think it's not going to harm anybody or anything. And I think it's the right thing to do.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to call for the question. Thank you. I don't need a second for that. We do that. Yeah.
Councilmember Duncan.
I give great deference to the commissions, especially the BPR and Coastal Advisory Commission. And so largely for those reasons, I cannot support this. So vote no.
Councilmember Ferguson,
I'm an enthusiastic yes.
Councilmember Noblock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
No.
Mayor Ward.
No.
The motion fails 2-3.
Thank you, everyone, for the discussion, and thank you, everyone, for coming and talking about that. We appreciate it.
Were there any other actions on that or?
No. It's a no.
Okay. Moving on to item D, that's verbal report by staff on the ability of restaurants to obtain staffing for outdoor dining.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is just a verbal report. There was an enactment not too long ago by this council to establish an agreement form for dining operations on public properties, specifically the street areas. And there was an interest in bringing back a potential concern regarding the requirement within that agreement to operate 6 days and 8 hours. I did interact with a couple of businesses that had expressed concerns over that. And I'll simply relay that they are expressing that they're continuing to have challenges in their hiring processes. So with both of them, there are active applications open. I did do a search today on Indeed just to get current information. We have 60 plus openings in the city of specifically San Clemente restaurant jobs. I did visit a couple of our restaurateurs on Del Mar today as well. To validate that is a challenge for multiple restaurant owners. So that's the extent of the information I have to relay at this point, but would be happy to respond if there are any questions.
Jonathan, is there an issue talking specifically about the name of the restaurant? Any location?
No, there's not an issue addressing that. So there's two restaurants in particular that did desire to continue in the outdoor dining, but did express a concern about the operations requirement that was included in that agreement. That would be HH Cottons and Village Mediterranean. And if there's any specific questions about either of those, I can respond to those.
I'll just ask really quick because I've been going down and trying to monitor, seeing what's going on the weekends. And Village Mediterranean's not even, they were open, I think, last Saturday, but there's Saturdays they're not, there's weekdays they're not open. And if they are, they're not using the patio. I saw one couple at the patio this weekend. So, I understand they're having trouble, but why is it that they want the outdoor patio space if they don't have the customers and they don't have the staff? What are they trying to accomplish?
Sure. I'm going to respond with an example from actually a different business. I stopped by Beach Fire today, and I talked with the owner, Barry, and he commented that still, even though a lot of people are feeling more comfortable going out and eating, he does tend to see that the majority of people who are coming to the restaurant are requesting to sit outside. So some of that may be health consciousness, but I think there's also an element of just enjoying the summer. And so there's a desirability amongst all of the restaurants to maintain that ability.
So tell me about Captain Maury's, because they have what looks like a very, very temporary nothing around it, and I have never seen anyone there.
Sure. I was again on street today. I did actually see that 2 of their tables were being used while I walked the street today during lunch. They are primarily a lunchtime operation. They did shrink. They're one of the businesses that shrunk the size of their operation. So they previously were taking up 4 parking spaces. They're now taking up 2. And they did sign an agreement with the city to pay that portion for the 2 parking spaces. We do see that from business to business. I'll give another example of where I've heard some complaints on occasion of J'adore because they don't operate in the evenings. But again, today when I was walking the street, that was by far the busiest of the outdoor dining areas at that time. It was around 11 a.m. when I was on street. So it does, there's some variation in the time of use that some of these restaurants get. But I certainly understand that the consistency of use is a continued concern for the council.
Right, because I think what we voted on, I know that's why you're coming back, because it's an issue. We said that if they weren't really using the patios and taking advantage of them, they didn't have the right to just pay for them and just have them sit there. I think that's what our vote was.
Yeah, I
So
think
that's-
we required 6 days a week, 8 hours a day,
Mhm.
in addition to the lease fee or whatever.
Right, so that they didn't have the option to pay, just use it, take it up if they weren't using it. So, I do understand, with what's going on, the Delta variants here, I get that. But I worry about the fact that we are encouraging them to have more seating than they've ever had. And some of these do have outdoor dining, say,
J'adore has a garden.
who does?
J'adore
Okay.
has a garden in the back.
Right, and we know that El Ranchito, Avia's has a patio out in the back and inside. But then they have this large patio in there, and but they're not able to pull off all of their operations. And so I worry that we've got restaurants trying to hold on to this, and we're all trying to help them. And they're paying $200 a parking space for it, but they're stretching themselves too thin. And I worry about that, and I worry about the shops, but I am frustrated that I've seen the patio that I'm talking about, Maury's, you're saying it's shrunk now. I didn't see that this weekend. And then there's like an ice cream shop, or it's Swirl down the street from it. I have never seen anyone in that patio, and I think they have 2 or 3 parking spaces. Is that one of the places that is trying to negotiate with you?
So I would have to look into who that patio belongs to, because the ice cream shops do not have a patio with us. So I'm not
Then
sure
there's
which one you're
something,
referring to.
what is it? It's Swirl down there. It's a very nice patio, but no one has ever been in it that I know of. So I thought it went to the ice cream shop.
Yeah, I'd have to identify the address with you to confirm which business.
So
is operating.
I'm concerned about keeping those.
Let me talk about one that I'm concerned about, and that is H.H. Cotton's has 2 areas, which I think is more than generous. And, when I'm there on the weekend, no one's in either area, and there's no place to park. And our shopkeepers are upset about it. And with that being said, I totally get the fact, and I wish the keepers would agree with this. Outdoor dining is a bit of a destination for us at this point. But with that being said, we need some of our parking back. And H.H. Cotton's is taking up, I think, 3 or 4 spots, prime spots, right by the post office. In my view, that needs to come down. They have around the corner by the Bank of America ATM.
It does block the ATM.
What's that?
It does block the ATM.
Yeah, they have outdoor dining, and I really think they need to choose one or the other. And I think in my view, they need to get off Del Mar. I totally get that there's issues with obtaining employees. However, there's a number of restaurants I go to on a regular basis who have all their employees back, every one of them. I won't name them, but people know where I eat. And they're not having any problems with employees. So I don't want to get into what kind of employer they are or part-time, full-time. Other people are figuring it out. And I think these restaurants that are using the availability of employees, it's becoming a hollow argument for us. It cannot continue.
Ward, if I may, some questions. Jonathan, first, how many restaurants actually signed up to continue the outdoor dining?
Sure. As far as restaurants that are participating in the public area,
Yes, the public right away.
12 have signed up to continue.
Okay, and how many of those have not been compliant with the operation 6 days a week, 8 hours a day?
Sure. So my understanding is that there are 2 that have not been, with another 1 or 2 that are on the fringe of that. But also, to be clear, with this item coming back, I was taking a bit of a softer approach on enforcement until we had the opportunity to hear some additional direction from council.
Okay, I got you. Summer's here and I couldn't support this, but I thought it should end in June because, the non-restaurant businesses, right? They need parking and I'm hearing about it. So hopefully there can be a happy medium when this does come back too. But I'm glad to hear of the 12, there's only 2.5 that are, aren't able to, fill their business those days. So that says something for people wanting to work in San Clemente, right?
There are definitely jobs
So,
available.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Jonathan, what is the soft enforcement approach? I guess maybe we'll start with that and then we can talk about the hard approach.
Sure. So I would say that number one is fielding questions from some individuals like other shopkeepers, for instance, who may report on the lack of use. And then, as I mentioned, I'll visit and walk on occasion to observe when businesses are open, what days they may be closed on. But within the agreement that has been signed, there's a provision that essentially says that the city retains the right to terminate this agreement at any point if they're not able to maintain those hours of operation. And so we've held off on a hard termination of any of those agreements up to this point. And again, I'd look for the council to make that determination and provide that direction.
So I'm wondering if there's a compromise that we say that we're going to continue with what we said before, that they do that, and then have someone like H.H. Cotton's, they need to decide which patio they want that they can actually use. And if they just are spread too thin, that's what I think the council was kind of looking at, that we wanted it to change. We also said that we wanted anything that was on a sidewalk, any extra tables that someone was adding, we wanted those off the sidewalk.
And that was done.
I don't think it was.
Well, it was done. I haven't seen any on there. If
Which
there's-
side, which one are you talking about?
I was
Just
thinking
El
about El
Ranchito,
Ranchito. Yeah.
That was the only one.
Artifacts.
Artifacts is still there. And those are
Artifacts
extra
still
tables that we allowed on the sidewalk
Really?
temporarily. But I don't think we did a provision to allow that in our last vote.
Can we just go back to our original resolution and say enforce that?
Well, can we clarify though? I think that the sidewalks were part of that.
So if I may, there was some council discussion on that topic, and within that discussion, the consensus was that if a restaurant does not have the ability to use either an adjacent private parking area or an adjacent public parking area, so El Camino Real was referenced, that some of those businesses have no opportunity for recourse for outdoor areas. That would apply to Artifacts, for instance, as well. That those businesses could also enter into an agreement for a proportional area basis. So they're obviously not using parking space, but if they're using a space that is equivalent to the 200 square feet of a parking spot, then that would be incorporated into the agreement. That was the original direction from the prior meeting, but certainly if council wishes to change that direction, then I can pivot accordingly.
Doesn't Artifacts have a patio? Technically, that's what we did for them. We opened it up and they have like two tables with 4 chairs on a patio.
Correct. They do have a narrow patio at the front.
Right.
But
And
I
it's a
think
very small location.
It is
But I think Jonathan was right. I think the direction was if they don't have the capacity to do outdoor dining in the extended areas, then they would be allowed to have, and we were thinking of more El Camino Real, but it would also apply to Del Mar. I think that's fair.
Does Artifacts actually do food or dining? I'm not aware of dining.
I don't believe that they do dining.
Yeah, see, I don't think they meet that definition for a restaurant.
I don't
To-
know if we
to be
made
able
it.
to
I don't know if we
provide
made a
those.
distinction before. on-
Well, I think we said restaurants.
We haven't within the temporary operations program. For instance, we have a couple of operations within the business park that would be affected by an item later on this agenda that use private parking areas. So it was something that had permitted use by breweries and operations of that sort as well.
Right, temporary, right. But
Temporarily.
I want to say that when I discussed sidewalks, I had Artifacts in mind because, and I specifically said, you have to walk between these tables and nobody wants to do that. They walk out onto the street and go around because those tables they start talking to each other and they're taking up basically the whole thing, even though the chairs are not in the narrow part of the right of way. And I think it's also, isn't it the trolley stop right there?
I would
think
have
the
to
trolley stops at the
verify.
top of
Yeah.
Del Mar, does it not? Does anyone know?
It's right there. Yeah.
So I just think this is a conflict. You know, I think Artifacts is what it is. And those tables that they have outside, the 2 on the end or on the very edge of the sidewalk, they're either at the curb, they're not used, and there's only 2 here, or someone's here and they're not there. But with the traffic right there, they have no barrier to them at all. And people, that's a hard right turn, and people love to swing their car around that, and there's pedestrians everywhere. I just think, and that's the reason why I don't like Cotton's, the one that's in Seville or Ola Vista, excuse me. I don't like it because it's in the street like that, and where Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem likes that one over the one that's on there. But is it a fair thing to compromise on and said they need to pick? And if they can't stay open,
I would rather
they
for
need
us
to-
to pick.
well, we could do that too. But I'm more of the mind that we need to make a decision. We need to cut bait
That's right.
and do something.
I agree. I don't know that we should get into micromanaging every single restaurant or.
No, we're just
you know what I
giving
mean? I worry that we're going to go
giving
down that
our
road.
opinion, and that's kind of what we said. If they're not open and they're not using it, they don't have the option to pay for those parking spaces and use them up. I think that's what the motion was.
So there's a
That's how I
motion?
wrote it
Did you
down.
say there was a motion?
No, that was a motion we already voted
I
on.
think she's saying that was our prior direction.
Yeah, I'm just restating, I think that's what we said, and that's why you're back, because they can't do it.
Correct. That's existing within the agreement, but there was an interest from council, given that there's a national challenge with hiring, just to have an opportunity to discuss that and make a determination whether that would impact that agreement.
My issue is these restaurants aren't even open. So if there's not a, I mean, they can't even hire someone to be open an entire day. That's what I don't understand. I think that it's almost like they're choosing to not be open for, or picking days that they want to open. I don't know. I don't know that it's all
I have to
just
ask why
employee
some
driven.
restaurants are able to staff and others aren't.
Madam Mayor, if I may, so I think I'm kind of reading the tea leaves of the council. And I think when the council originally gave staff direction, they wanted a little bit of a amortization period for the restaurants to be able to staff up, because at that time there were some staffing issues. I think what we're kind of hearing now, and I'm trying to just get us to a point where we all agree, is that it seems as though many restaurants are staffing up, and maybe there are some that are not, but more staffing up than less. And we're also at a point where, as Councilmember Ferguson indicated, we're hitting the summer and retail businesses are busy. And so I think what would probably be best for staff in terms of some clear direction is to go back to the original resolution, which is if you can't operate it, you can't have it. You can only have one per business. So that addresses your concerns with Cotton's because they have two of them. And at this point, we've given you some time to ease into this. And if you still have staffing issues, at a minimum, you still have 100% of your table occupancy in your indoor dining based on the current guidelines. And if those change, we can always revisit this, but they can return to normal, if you will, with their interior footprint. And those that cannot find a public parking lot or a private parking lot to operate in will be afforded the sidewalk option. If the sidewalk option is available without blocking the public right of way, they have to use it. They have to pay for it, just like people are paying for the public parking spots in the right of way. And we can go ahead and move forward with that enforcement across the board for both categories.
So
Can we have a motion as it relates to?
I'm seeing a hand up. Did we have public comment?
Yeah.
Been
Wayne
derelict in my
Eggleston.
duties. Can we
Yeah,
hear
just
that
waiting
first
for the
real quick?
staff presentation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Past your bedtime.
Ooh. Well, you've taken the wind out of my sails. Usually I'm here to discuss news on 2nd Battalion, 4th Marine, our city adopted Marine Corps unit. But I'm here tonight to give a perspective and share a perspective with you for two items, one which is current and the other one which is a historic perspective. The current perspective is the issue of outdoor dining. There are several, there's a couple of small businesses, retail businesses that have asked me to weigh in. And I think you may have received a letter from one of them. I don't know. I'm on Del Mar every day. Whether I'm dining or shopping or driving through, I'm there every day. So I've seen a lot during the pandemic, to say the least. And I'm fully supportive of outdoor dining when it's used. On June the 1st, the city council had a resolution which said they must operate 6 days a week, 8 hours a day, and otherwise they can't have outdoor dining. And that was a fair policy, and it's to reason to free up parking certainly during the day there. There's a number of restaurants that do not operate fully. H.H. Cotton's is one of them. You mentioned it. I wasn't going to mention it, but H.H. Cotton's is one of them. They're only operating 3 days a week at the most. We could probably free up around 15 to 18 parking spots right now because of restaurants not operating 6 days a week, 8 hours a day. Outdoor dining is great and helps small businesses, except when restaurants are not open during the day. Why? Because small businesses are open during the day. That's when they get their profits. That's when they do their business. So those not open 6 days a week, the city needs to reclaim those parking spots. Parking is very difficult. Please do not have parking in side streets, because that's where the residentials are. It's time to bite the bullet. Now for the historic perspective, and I'm going to run out of time here, I guess, but I've been around for about 100 years. So I'm going to give a perspective here. It's about sidewalks, our narrow sidewalks. Early in the 1990s, the city made a decision to have outdoor dining on our narrow sidewalks. That didn't last very long because what happened was people were tripping over tables and chairs. And guess what? The city was sued. ADA became involved. And I point this out because last city council meeting, the city council made a policy whereby they can have outdoor dining if they don't have outdoor. They can have a side dining on sidewalks if they don't have outdoor dining ability. However, there are a number of restaurants in the El Camino area that, if I can just have a few more seconds here, outdoor dining. There's a few restaurants in the El Camino area that have private parking lots, but they still have tables and chairs on the sidewalk. So the city was sued for this. People were injured. A guy got his eye poked from an umbrella and so forth. You were talking about artifacts. That's right near a trolley stop. Now the trolley has to park up the street a bit because there's tables and chairs right by the curb.
Right.
That's not right.
Right.
That's not right. So we really need to reclaim our sidewalks here.
Okay, you need to wrap it up.
We need to reclaim
All
our
right.
sidewalks here.
All right.
That's what we need to do so the city doesn't become sued.
All right.
That's for certain.
Thank you very much. So that's it for the public comment, right? So
I think Eric wrapped it up. He covered almost all.
I
actually
like
think
what he
covered all
did,
those
but I'm
bases.
still concerned, city manager, about, and I have to say, it's about artifacts and.
He covered
those-
it.
I don't, I
They
thought you
can't have
said,
tables and chairs because it blocks the sidewalk at that location. That's what he said. Period.
okay.
If
And-
you don't have, because all the sidewalks are different as it relates to the T zone, and if you have a sidewalk that doesn't allow you to be there because you're blocking the public right of way, we can't have tables there.
Okay.
If
So-
there is a space outside of the public right of way, you can be there and you pay a price.
So, I think staff's gonna say, hey, there's a narrow part of the public right of way between these tables and it's okay, because the public can still go by. But what I'm concerned about is these two outside tables, they are on the curb where people are going fast. And I think that this was a major mistake to allow tables there. And it is the trolley stop and it's, we're
Well,
introducing conflicts that shouldn't be
I
there.
think the trolley stop exit is the right of way, right? So
It
if you
is.
can't get off the trolley there.
No, they have
because
to
of
stop
tables
closer
and
to
cha-
the curb, to the right turn.
but they should be
which
able to
makes the
stop.
traffic back up into the intersection.
They
which
should be able to
causes
stop
accidents.
where the trolley normally stops. If you're blocking where the trolley normally stops, you
Right.
can't have tables and chairs there.
So to me, that's the public right of way, the whole thing, because people are walking and crossing to try to get over, and that's what Artifacts is blocking, having tables on each side, and I just think it's unsafe.
It seems, seems to me that all these rules and concessions have been put in place because we faced an emergency, health emergency where we had an emergency ordinance. And as much as we haven't abandoned that ordinance, maybe we should take no action, post this down the road for another month in case the COVID Delta variant spikes and we're back to where we were before allowing all these extras. So maybe we should be taking no action.
That's essentially what Eric said. I mean, he basically added a little context to the direction we already gave.
Right.
I think we're just reaffirming the direction we gave. We're filling in where there might have been a few gaps, but I agree with you, Steve. I mean, I think that's sort of what we're doing. And then we reassess in a month. And if there's no need for a lot of these things, then we act then.
I don't know. I think the council made a decision weeks ago and I understand the health issue, but I think those restaurants are just not open and
So a month from now, summer will be almost over.
that's true.
And our small shops, our retailers will have lost an opportunity.
We wanted this done by July 1st. I
Right.
mean, I remember I really wanted it by Memorial Day and that didn't happen. So I thought 4th of July, it's going to change. Because if they're not open 6 days a week, then they're not going to have it. And
So-
it didn't happen.
I think we hear the council, and I think what you're saying is you're reaffirming your original position. Forward staff the next couple of weeks to kind of now pivot from allowing this amortization for shortage of staffing to now take the point or the position of communicating to the businesses and then beginning enforcement if the businesses don't comply. I would ask that if you would like, we can have this discussion agendized for the August 17th, and we can report back to you the successes and the issues that we may come back with. But I think council's made it very clear. If you're in the public, you can't be in the public right away, period. You can't jeopardize the trolley stop. You can't take up a spot that you're not using. You've got to use it per the resolution, 6 days a week, 8 hours a day, etc. And staffing is now out of the equation. It's either yes or no for those businesses. And if it's no, then the answer is you need to remove your outdoor dining. And I'm sure we'll hit some bumps, and council will hear those bumps via the public and via the businesses. But again, on August 17th, which will be here before you know it, we'll roll back. And I appreciate Councilmember Knobloch's communication of, depending on the guidance, things may change again.
It
But
might.
we can revisit that at that time. Absolutely.
If it all breaks out and we're just back in all these orders, then obviously we're gonna pivot.
I think for staff, it's also healthy for having this discussion, because as those business owners come back to us, we can reference them to this meeting to see the amount of time and energy the council's spending on deliberating on this and your concerns. And so I think this is a good example for the businesses to be able to say, this is what council's concerns are. Go watch the tape.
And please do take that soft approach. These are businesses who are, in many cases, trying to get back on their feet. And I know the public is sensitive to that too, because I read the comments when the San Clemente Times story came out, that about how bad we were to charge for these. I think we've struck a good balance, and I'm looking forward to seeing what comes back at the next meeting.
Is that,
We hear you.
okay,
Do you
we're
need a
just
motion from
frustrated.
us?
I absolutely see your frustration, Mayor. I don't believe we do, based on the resolution that stands. You've managed our expectations very clearly, and we'll begin educating and communicating to the businesses starting tomorrow.
Yeah, and regarding my comments, sarcasm is the lowest form of humor. I was attempting to be funny in my comments, but
I
no one
knew
laughed.
No,
what you were doing.
I realized I
Yeah.
didn't think it's funny.
I did too.
The,
He got you going though, didn't he?
Madam Mayor,
got me.
if I may, item F, night surfing at San Clemente Pier, unless there's someone who has comments on that, I would make a motion that we defer that to our meeting in August the 17th.
I'll agree to that. I am inclined to seriously consider that, but
How about after Labor Day?
well,
The
we're
summer
getting-
is, we're not gonna be implementing this summer, you know.
And the originator of this idea is not here this evening, and I would.
Who
suggest-
shall not be named.
Who shall not
Well-
be named, former council member Ham.
well, Laura supported this too.
Oh, of course I do.
I think we all did.
And I,
for
yeah,
s-
and
staff report.
I actually, I think
That was
you might
Chris
have been the
Hand's
one that
going
brought it.
away
And
present.
Chris agreed with you, I
I
think. I
don't
think actually the
remember.
original is right here.
That was a wild
But-
meeting.
But look, we want to be the home of USA surfing. I think we should really consider it would be a really cool thing, but yeah, maybe it's not the highest priority. I tell you what, when it does come back, I'd like to hear about any other cities or locations that are doing this worldwide and what the implications have been for them. I mean, the
Right.
staff provided some good information, but we didn't have any sort of actual data about it in practice.
So
So
Yeah, I
take
think
a
we need
vote?
to know more.
Can we take a vote on this?
Yeah, and to what, are you moving it to August?
Move it to August 17th. I'm fine with that.
All right.
okay, and also whether there's a coastal permit required.
So there's a second by Councilmember Duncan.
Okay, Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Knobloch.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Next item is item E, that's mobile video projection studio and audio system.
Good evening, Mayor, and members of the council. I'll give a brief summary of the report before you tonight, which includes the recommended procurement of a portable audio-visual studio system for use by the city for public meetings. The proposed solution is a complete turnkey solution, turnkey system, which will provide professional quality production of all public meetings within city facilities. The system includes cameras, monitors, displays, microphones, speakers, and a whole lengthy list of production equipment that will be installed within or connected to a rolling cabinet. That cabinet will provide mobility and portability. And by portability, we're seeking a solution that could be utilized in a room like this and packed up at the end of the night and rolled into a closet or another secure room and stored safely until the next meeting. As far as mobility goes, we're talking about a system that could be packed up, rolled into the back of a van or maybe a truck with a lift gate, transported to a different city facility and stood up for a meeting in that facility. The total 5-year cost is set not to exceed $257,000. And the proposed solution includes the complete system purchase, the staff training associated with that system, 5 years of maintenance and support with the vendor that's providing that system. The proposal also includes 5 years of closed captioning services from an additional third party. And, that's really a summary, but with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Will this mobile system be incorporated into the new city hall construction that's underway?
Yes, that's the intent, is to incorporate the new equipment into the AV design of the new location. There'll be some additional investments for that new permanent room, like permanent cameras on the walls, but the production equipment is intended to be suited to that location as well.
And when it's incorporated, will it remain mobile for purposes of other public meetings where that kind of equipment may be needed?
That is our intent. We don't want to dismantle it or take it apart and not be able to bring it back to a location like this for a meeting.
So I appreciate that information. I think that's important to know that we are going to be able to use it in our permanent location. And if we have to pivot and do anything, it can go where it needs to go. Does this mean that the sound is going to be better, where we can all hear and the public can hear better than what we're doing now? Like higher
Yes.
quality? Okay, I think that's going to be important.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I will just tell you that at my house on Cox Cable, we have to turn the sound up to 100 in order to hear every council member. It could be my TV. I don't think it is, but isn't that odd? It just does not come through well. And that's why I kind of remind the council members to talk into the mic. But I see them doing it when I watch the video and I can't hear it. And I've heard that from some people, even though you've done a great job here, with what we've had to do. It's just an odd thing. So if this solves, all the audio issues and it's a much better, cameras and all that, and we're not relying on a Zoom platform, that's wonderful. And for
Yes.
you too, I believe.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
This would be a complete replacement of all that, and we'd be no longer relying on Zoom for the meeting production like we are.
Madam
now.
Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Excuse me, I have a quick question if I may,
Yeah.
just to ask, is there any money left in the PEG account? the
This is
PEG
actually
funds?
funded through PEG funding, through
Oh.
DIFCA fees, so.
It
that-
is, because I see
yes.
machinery and equipment account. Is that the same?
That's the
interchangeable
specific
name?
account string within the local cable facilities infrastructure
Okay,
fund.
thank
that
you.
is
Very good.
earmarked
Just
for
want to
this.
make sure. Thanks. All
Madam
right,
Mayor, I'm
thanks, Mayor
prepared to
Pro
make
Tem.
a motion
Go ahead.
to approve and authorize the purchase of mobile portable video production studio from Presentation Products doing business as Minotaur in an amount not to exceed $206,460, which includes the system training and 5 years of maintenance support. 2, approve and authorize the city manager to execute a subscription agreement with EEG Enterprises for closed captioning services in an amount estimated at $6,300 per year. Number 3, authorize a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $18,846 to machinery and equipment account 018-245-45500 from the local cable infrastructure fund balance.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Thank
you. Item
Thank you, Brian.
G is a lease agreement to operate T Street concession.
Good evening again, Mayor Ward and Council. I'll be brief with this one. We have already we visited this topic of concession stands previously with the council. Council gave direction to seek out an RFP for several of our concession stands. That is something that's in the works. In the interim, this stand typically ceases operation in September, but one of the discussion points amongst the council was a desire to seek improved revenue and hours of operation. So we were able to identify an interim operator through the fall and winter months, as indicated in the staff report, to operate that concession stand. I am requesting as well within the recommendation a supplemental appropriation after visiting that concession stand with the supervisor of for OC Health, as well as our building official. There were a couple of needs identified, such as replacement sinks and a hood. So that's what I've requested there. I will caveat that to note that I have someone coming to look at the hood this week. So I'm hoping that this will cover everything, but there is a chance that I may come back to discuss that hood element should that appropriation not cover that specific element.
Jonathan, should we increase the appropriation?
So
What would the difference be in the hood?
the amount that I put it for is would be inclusive of cost of acquisition, but there's going to likely be some installation costs. And that's a part that's difficult for me to ascertain because I don't have someone, I have not had someone there yet. They're coming this week. So I would be able to certainly cover that if the appropriation was increased to 20,000. But if you, I would certainly be happy to return as well to the August meeting to give more specifics on that quote if you prefer.
Can you, time-wise, that would work out if you waited till August?
So with this interim tenant, we did discuss a phased approach, recognizing that there's a lot of old equipment that needed to be removed, a lot of cleaning, et cetera. So the intent was to be flexible with that tenant to potentially begin operating with smoothies and coffees and things of that sort, and then move into burgers, things that require the grill and the associated hood if need be. Covering that piece is just going to be how quickly they get to the full level of operations.
So it's not really truly September to March.
So
They're not paying, or we're not getting revenue for the full. I mean, they have the opportunity to phase in. So what if they don't start phasing in till January?
yeah, so the intent is actually to have them start much sooner, even within a week, for the limited operations of things that don't involve that hood. That's going to be the one complex part of the change at that facility. The September portion is, this is a common practice within our concessions, is to give, typically we give 3 months of free rent on the front side, recognizing the amount of equipment that needs to come in. In this case, it's a shorter agreement. So 6 weeks is what's incorporated here for them to do the acquisition of things like a coffee machine, et cetera, that the city doesn't provide at these facilities.
All right. Thank you for reminding me that we normally do a run up on those to get them going. Okay.
I have a few questions,
Go ahead.
Mayor, if I may. Jonathan, the council approved this new direction for these concessionaire stands about 2.5 months ago. Is there a reason that the RFP process couldn't have been, issued, initiated, concluded by now, and had a permanent vendor?
Yeah, frankly, my response on that would be just my availability on staff time to complete that process. I have not had that ability yet. It's on my immediate radar.
Okay, thank you. And then this vendor that was procured, staff sought this limited operator to maintain the operations. Were any others concessionaires looked at, or did somebody just pick this one, and why?
Yeah, great question. So while we were reviewing the concession operations, we received a variety of proactive inquiries on that operation. So anyone that had reached out to either myself or our director of BPR about that specific operation, we let them know that we're looking for a quick turnaround on an interim operations. And we received 2 responses to that. This response offered a higher rate of pay and on-site management, essentially. were the differentiators in that.
Okay, very good. It'll be nice to see something be served out of there for the, as soon as possible. And I just have a question about the North Beach concessionaire who ended up walking away because he discovered about $10,000 to $15,000 worth of mold remediation that would have had to been done. Was that tenant and all tenants in the concessionaire stands, was he afforded the 3 months of, was it 3 months, no rent?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
So, and he actually did not initiate any rental payments to the city.
Okay, all right, perfect. After he discovered that. Okay, and then I'd like to actually make a motion, but I want to add something to staff's recommendation. I'd like to make a motion to approve and authorize city manager to execute the lease agreement by and between Organic Concepts LLC and the city of San Clemente to operate the T Street concession. And two, authorize a supplemental appropriation 10,000 to the account 00119144890. FAS, other operating expenses from general fund, unassigned fund balance. But number three, I would like to add in my motion to waive any outstanding rent for the current concessionaire that wasn't able to make any money this year. Thank you.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'd like to
As-
understand what number 3 is about.
Yeah,
first.
that's like a, just,
Number
you've
three,
introduced something that's not in the
City
not
annual.
a part of this
Mhm,
at
mhm,
all.
mhm.
The stuff,
it's modifications. I'm able to do that.
but it's not this contract with this vendor.
It's a motion.
I think you have to agendize it for another meeting. Mr.
Okay, well, let
City
me,
Attorney, would
so
you
the public
opine?
that's watching, let me
Laura,
just
wait
explain what
one
I'm
moment.
referring to.
Laura,
No, I'm going to finish. You're
Laura,
interrupting me.
let's wait and hear
Um,
that you can even do this. I'm asking for a
staff has
procedural question to be answered.
Yeah,
So
so
please just wait and then you can do it. So
you
we
you
have
just
a
need to do a better
contract.
job, Kathy,
We have a
because you interrupt.
Laura, we have a contract that we're voting on. That's the agenda item. She is asking for an amendment to a current vendor that's not part of this contract. Is that something that has to be agendized at the next meeting? Is that a motion she should make during council comments at the end of the meeting?
I'm looking at the subject. It's approval of lease agreement to operate the T Street concession. And so I think to do that modification to the existing lease, ideally you bring that back.
Okay,
It's a
the
separate
reason,
item.
just so you know,
Yeah.
city attorney, why I brought it up, it's,
Mhm.
it's a part, it's a big part of this report. So,
Mhm.
but yeah, if you suggest that I bring it back, I will, because it's talked about in depth on the last paragraph.
Right.
quite a
I'll
bit.
second that. If you make that motion, I'll second it.
Okay,
The
like to
original
motion,
motion?
make that motion, excuse me,
Or the
Mayor Ward,
other-
please.
which motion?
The
Thank
number
you.
3, to bring it back.
To bring it back. That will be number 3, to bring back. Thank you.
Good, forgive us for
And
that.
thank you, Mayor
Thanks.
Pro Tem. That's perfect.
you.
That's it.
Clarification, then, was the council wanting to also up the 10,000 appropriation to 20? I just want to make sure, or were you going to leave it at 10? I don't
Just-
care. I just
My
wanna make
motion
sure.
was 10,
That's
Mr.
why I brought
Sund,
the- That's why I
10.
brought it up.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying. So there's a motion and a second,
Great. So I second,
just to bring it back. only.
bring it back, but I will also second Councilmember Ferguson's motion on approving and authorizing city manager. So 1 and 2.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Duncan,
Okay, so just to clarify, so we're at the 10,000.
Yes.
If I understand it
Okay,
correct.
I,
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you.
And we realize you're only one person. We
Right.
do. But we forget that you're running all this stuff. So just keep on saying it and we'll get it.
Well, item 9H then.
Hey. That's why
so-
you're sitting here tonight.
Good evening again. We are looking at an agreement. So council previously established an agreement form for businesses operating in the public right of way. There were some questions previously about whether a similar form of agreement or other process would be needed. After consulting with the city attorney's office, it was determined that the council would be able in this instance to approve a similar form agreement. And so that's what is in front of you, is a form agreement that would now discuss private businesses or businesses that are operating outdoor dining in private parking areas. The recommendation, cutting to the chase, is to approve that form. Staff did recommend potentially a lower fee, so $100 per parking space, taking into consideration that we are not allowing others to use city property in this instance. It's just a waiver of the on-site parking requirements. But otherwise, the agreement form is very similar, requiring the same standards as were previously expected for dining operations in the right of way. Again, the goal being to either free up additional parking resources or provide some revenue stream to offset costs that the city has already experienced for expanded trolley operations or other options that we could implement to improve access and mobility around downtown. That concludes my report.
Didn't we recommend $200 per space, or is that
That's for the
On the
public.
street.
on the street? This is private.
parking lot.
So
I
it's-
had the same issue when I was reading it, Steve.
So it's half.
Right, and it's not because it's kind of their parking, it's their parking lot. We're just waiving their parking
That's
requirement.
a staff recommendation, but that is certainly council's discretion.
I think it's because, yeah, there's like an indirect situation here, right? Like, so it's not as direct as taking away a public parking spot. It's more
other
about,
businesses.
Forcing the private cars.
You're right.
it's more like forcing the private cars out into the public. Yeah, so it makes
Has
sense to me
just
at the
as much
100.
Impact.
It does.
It does, but I think there's a justification for going to half.
Is
So I-
there a
I would support
requirement of usage in here? Can
I-
you remind me, because it's getting late?
Yeah, I did not implement the same hours of operation standard, given that this is on private property.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Certainly.
Mayor, I'm familiar with just about all 7 of the ones. And I can assure you all 7 of those would fit the criteria of the on-street parking.
Okay. So would you like to make a motion?
Yes, certainly. I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 21-32, entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, adopting a form agreement for a limited term parking regulation relief to allow for the optional continuation of expanded outdoor dining on private property within dedicated parking areas." Number 2, authorize the Economic Development Officer to execute the limited term parking relief agreements with participating restaurants in consultation with the city attorney, with a term beginning July the 20th, 2021, and not to exceed beyond November the 15th, 2021.
Second.
I'm sorry, motion by Mayor Pro Tem and second by Councilmember Duncan. So sorry.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
No?
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 4-1. Next is oral communications, and we do have one card. Tony Rubolino.
Try and get through. Okay, we'll try and get through.
Slideshow that needs to be queued up.
Oh.
Okay. So yeah, I got to listen to a few of you just talk about the local emergency and whether it should stay or not. And it's when you behave and act the same way, regardless of whether you're private or public, kind of shows the kind of character that you possess. And when you act differently when you're in private or public, it shows a lot about that character as well and the kind of person you are. And this is from the same election season 2020. And here you have Councilman Duncan, who had his mask on and all of his public photos during the campaign. In private, that's a screenshot of a house party that I believe it hosted at his house. Lots of people, lots of food. And this was during the peak of the pandemic over the summer. And here you have somebody who's making decisions on a local ordinance, and this is how he's behaving. And you stated that you're very concerned about the Delta variant that's going around. And correct me if I'm wrong, but there's some upcoming international travel that you might be participating in. If so, are these newfound concerns going to alter your plans? I'm not really sure. But that definitely, kind of consistent with the character that we see so far. Next slide, please. You made a social media post referencing just to, I'll read a few lines here. Securing our elections from foreign influence is of paramount importance, but many states are pushing to pass voter restriction laws under the auspices of security that expand voter roll purchases, et cetera. Basically, that there was some disproportionality adversely affecting minority voters. Now there was a lawsuit that was, or a Supreme Court decision that came down July 1st this month. Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that neither of Arizona's election policies violated the Voting Rights Act of 1965, nor had a racially discriminatory purpose. So I'm not sure if you're following along with the Supreme Court decisions. Seems like you're parroting a lot of Congressman Levin's talking points. You two are pretty close. Maybe you two ought to talk about the Supreme Court ruling on this and kind of get together on that. Next slide. And here, this is actually really good timing that we've got our new captain present, and I want to make sure that he's aware that this also was during the campaign season. You'll see Councilman Duncan there with his mask on, his knee on the ground, fists in the air. There's a BLM sign, there's Justice for Black Lives, defund the police, invest in the community. And I believe, this is your voting base that supported you when they see things like this. And I wonder if your voting base, the Democratic women of South Orange County, the liberal voter base, I wonder if they feel like you've kind of turned your back on them because they haven't really seen much action come out of this. So thank you.
Thank you very much. That was it for oral communications?
Yes.
Okay.
And the next
11A.
item, I agendized the League of Cities Annual Conference is coming up so that you could, if you wish, designate a voting delegate and up to two alternate voting delegates.
Who's attending that? Oh, all three of you, great. So if anyone that volunteers to be the delegate, you have to stay until the very end. That's when they do it, the voting. And everything's over and you have to stay and wait around for this vote. And one thing that I want to point out is that you don't get to decide what is voted on. It comes back before the September date and at a council meeting. And the council discussed what the questions are. And we rule on how you should vote. Yeah. So that's how, I just want to tell you how it's handled.
Hasn't in years past the city manager?
Yeah, we
been-
have made the city manager.
Normally, I'm the one that stays behind and does the
Yeah,
vote, so I'm
but-
totally prepared to stay behind
And
and do
I-
the vote.
And I
I am-
participated last year. I did.
Did you do the vote?
3-day, it was a 3-day conference, all Zoom, and I did stay for the vote.
Oh, Zoom.
And I
yeah.
just voted on the resolution that council supported. It was.
So it's very different. Zoom's
Yeah.
probably so much better, but
So I'll be-
otherwise you're sitting around in Sacramento.
I'll be
waiting for it.
staying in Sacramento over the weekend to, so
Oh, good.
it would be
Are you
convenient.
willing
for
to
me.
have
You're bailed
the
out.
mayor pro tem?
I'm at the will of the council.
That's fine.
Okay. Mayor pro tem, it's all yours. Do we need a motion for that? That's just a recommendation, right? We're just appointing someone.
It doesn't require a resolution, but did you want to appoint alternates in case
Oh.
something comes up?
Who alternately wants to stay there?
I'm gonna stay there.
Okay,
Eric,
The
I
city
guess.
manager.
Eric's the alternate.
city manager and Councilmember Duncan said he would be an alternate.
No, I said Eric would be.
Oh, you said Eric. I thought you said I will be. Sorry, I didn't.
Sounds like
turn
I
it-
I think I'm going to a baseball game the next day with my son,
I
so.
volunteer to be an alternate in
Okay.
case a big truck takes out both these guys.
A
In
big truck,
Sacramento, that
no
could
question.
Okay,
All right.
so is it two alternates,
Yes,
Councilmember Noblock and city manager?
yep. And they can talk about it there, I guess, because they're equally. controlled.
You're not coming, you're not going.
No, isn't this city manager for new city council members?
This is the annual League of Cities conference, so it's not the one specific for council members. This
Yeah.
is just for everyone. So there are some breakout sessions specifically for newly elected council members, but it's not the new elected one.
Has Mayor, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, has that deadline passed for registration?
No.
Okay.
Just let Courtney
look
know if
at
you
it.
were interested, please.
I thought it was the new city council member one.
They did that one through Zoom or virtual.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're all going. It's a good, I went to it one time and it's a good conference. Right. Okay, we're almost there. Let's
Okay.
bring it home.
Okay, city manager.
You know what? I don't have anything. I covered my issues as part of the front side of public comments, so thank you.
Appreciate that.
City attorney,
I got nothing more tonight. Thank you.
council members.
I got one thing. So one of the things I'm been following closely is the master plan of parks. And it's a fascinating document. And I think all my fellow council members have all been briefed on it. One of the things that would be an amazing addition to that master plan is to create a nonprofit foundation. I would submit to you that nonprofit foundation could go after corporate gifts, major gifts, create community involvement by small gifts, sponsorships, patrons, that sort of thing. I would like to make a motion to bring that back as an agenda report on what a foundation looks like, a 501c3 foundation. Other cities have that. And I think it would really complement the master plan of parks that we have. And additionally, I've got some other thoughts. I'll save them for another time. So I'm going to ask for support for staff to bring this back in September on creating this 501c3.
I would support that.
And I would, because I think it needs a staff report. And I'm interested also, if you'll indulge me, that we clarify the role of the Friends of Beaches, Parks and Rec.
So-
If that would add to that or take away.
So
Compliment.
we can
I'm not
definitely
sure how
cover
that
in
all
the staff
works.
report.
Okay,
And then thank you.
you
I-
said one.
I have one other
All
thing.
right.
And then I have a number of things.
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna
might-
do the Gene thing and
This is
Me
the,
too.
on- this is the only other thing I have.
I just got a couple.
We have 20 minutes.
The city of San Clemente lost one of its sons who was serving in the United States Navy aboard the USS Mobile Bay. Martin Hannigan passed away on on May the 29th, 2021. He was born on July the 31st, 2001, just 40 some days before 9/11. This young man grew up his whole life with our country, with our nation at war with its adversaries. And when he was a senior in high school, he raised his right hand to swear and defend the Constitution of the United States. And he was an artist. He was a wrestler. He was a sailor, accomplished at all three. But he joined the United States Navy at the age of 18, and he passed away on July the 30th, 2001. His mother, Natasha, has only one request, that his name not be forgotten and his name be mentioned. He's survived by his mother, Natasha, his father, Kevin, and his brother, Rourke. And if I may just have an indulgence of this group for just a moment, for a moment of silence for Seaman Martin Hannigan, United States Navy. Thank you.
Thank you, Gene. We could have adjourned in his honor also.
We'll do that.
Okay. All right. Any other council members?
I have a comment, but it really should do at the end. Normally these taken, normally do the ordinances before the council comments, so,
Not all the time.
yeah, I like to do my active. That's right.
We're in council member comments now. Unless
I prefer to do
it
my
would
third
be,
meeting if I could.
okay, and then we'll have an agenda, we'll adjourn after that. Is that your request? Okay, I'll honor that for this time.
Okay, I have a couple comments.
Okay,
or-
and then
and then-
Councilmember
or would you-
Ferencz.
would you like to go first?
No, please do.
Sure.
I'm Fine, thanks.
Okay. All right. The first is, I guess, just an apprisement of what's going on with the sand replenishment. Speaking of Congressman Levin's name come up a few times tonight, he was able to secure sand replenishment for our beaches in San Clemente in the first draft budget, which is the farthest we've ever gotten to actually getting the sand. So it's within sight. We still have some issues with the Army Corps of Engineers getting a dredging contract, but really, for the first time, in this 10 years, probably, Mayor Ward, longer than that, we can see months, not years, where we might be able to get the sand and get our beaches back to how they used to look a few years ago. So really happy to report that. The others have to do somewhat with the same theme of sort of climate change or environment. First is the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act, HR 2307. It's a bipartisan legislation in the House to assign a carbon fee on polluters. The money goes back to people in the community, not to the government. So it's not a tax that goes into the government. It goes right back to the community to fund measures in the community and help people. So I'd like to see and get support for that to come back at a future council meeting, depending on staff time, to see if that might be something that we would support as a city council.
When, time-wise, when does that have to?
I don't have, let's see if there's
Is
any.
that a resolution of support, Chris?
It would be a resolution of
A
support,
letter
letter
of
of support,
support or
doesn't really
resolution?
matter.
I'm just talking time-wise, what, is it needed in August or can it be pushed off till?
How about we make that as part of the staff, research, the timing. And if the timing needs to be back in August, we bring it then. If it can go later, we bring it back later.
Yeah, and also if it can be brought back later and just time it when our agendas aren't too full.
Understood.
Yeah, if it can be timed.
Okay, do I have support then to bring that back at staff report? So we, Steve as well?
Yeah, I think the staff report, the more detail on that, the better.
Okay, somewhat related to that, I was advised by a resident that San Clemente has a climate action plan. Wasn't aware of that.
Yep.
And that was back in 2014. Lots changed. There was some language in the climate action plan about benchmarks in 2020, and wasn't sure if we ever evaluated whether we had hit those benchmarks. So I wanted to see if I could get support, have staff go review the climate action plan and present to us on how we did as it pertains to those 2020 figures.
So, Councilmember Duncan, thank you. During our briefing, you'd given us a heads up, and so staff is reviewing that. So we'll be prepared to come back, and if agreeable, we could do a verbal presentation as an update to the climate action plan with regards to the 2020 benchmarks as well. Is that?
Yeah, yes.
Perfect.
And
Yes.
please check for a staff report to the council.
Oh, we'll definitely, if we have,
Or
well,
the
we have a
planning
staff
commission on
report.
that. I
We'll
think there was an
include
There
that
was,
staff report for historical purposes.
Yeah,
as
and
well.
there was some discussion in 2018, but it wasn't clear after the council meeting that anything ever came back after the council discussion with staff. So it'd be a chance to kind of clean that up. There was one thing, Eric, we had talked about, you might bring up in the city manager comments, the recycling cardboard at City Hall.
Thank you. So we're working with utilities to have a public location where the public can come and drop off bulk cardboard for recycling purposes. Previously, it's been at the maintenance yard, but that maintenance yard is now a secured facility. And so what had happened in the past was people would call, make an appointment. It's kind of a little bit laborious. And there's a want to just have it available for the public. And so we're working with CR&R to designate a location that would be available to the public to just drop off their cardboard recycling. So I'll definitely have that report update when we return on August 17th with a
Yeah.
location and all the
Yeah,
information.
people are bringing their bulk cardboard. If it doesn't fit in the brown bin, to the dump. That's exactly where it's not supposed to go. And also they're paying. So we should have a free place for people to bring bulk cardboard.
Disagree.
Okay, the last thing is community choice energy. This actually was in the climate action plan way back in 2014. So there was some foresight there. The ask is that we just have staff come back with a presentation on how much it would cost to do a feasibility study of some preliminary figures. It looks like it's in the we can get a feasibility study for under $10,000, which is, I think, a lot less than maybe it had been presented before. So I think it's something we should at least consider. Maybe we're not going to do it. There's some problems with the Irvine group, but I would like to see at least that preliminary study done so we can evaluate if there's some real economic benefits as well as environmental benefits with community choice energy. So just support for staff to bring back for us to vote on whether we should get that feasibility study on community choice energy.
Can that be in September and not in August?
It-
Is there a time?
There is a
sensitive-
timing thing. You have to advise, as I understand it, the what's the state agency, the consumer CPUC by the end of a calendar year in order to go into a CCA, not the next year, but the year after that, right? So if we don't advise them by the end of 2021, the earliest we could do it is 2020. What? 2024? Yeah.
No,
I think.
2023.
Or is it
Or
2023?
2022.
2023.
So what is the rush to get into it?
That if we don't
we
make a
have to wait a
decision
year.
before the end of the year, we have to wait a whole nother year.
I know, but what I'm worried about is rushing it and making the decision before the first of this year
Yeah.
and not having the time to make the.
But that's why we need the feasibility study right away, right? So
Yeah,
I'm not talking
I
about
see
making a
that.
decision. I'm just talking about we get a feasibility study that advises us of the options. That's all it is. It's barely a preliminary step.
So staff needs to verify that that's even possible, because I remember our last council meeting where we considered those options and the feasibility study was $100,000.
So-
That was what they asked us to approve.
Mayor, I appreciate you wanting to manage expectations with staff resources. Councilmember Duncan, are you agreeable to doing a verbal presentation to be able to say the cost of the feasibility and speak to it, or are you looking for a report?
Would we be able to vote on it at that point, or would
I
we
think,
have to
well, I
then
think
put it on a
you
future?
could vote on it. You could give direction to council or to staff to go ahead and pursue a feasibility.
Yeah,
because it is agendized.
Verbal is fine.
Okay.
I'm just trying to manage the
I appreciate that.
agenda
So
because
no,
here
we'll-
we
we'll-
are 10 to 11.
I appreciate that. So we can do a verbal report for the 17th.
Right.
Okay.
And if we act on it, we can act.
Sure.
Can I just get a second on
Oh,
that
yes. Thank you, Joanne.
to add that to the agenda for the verbal report?
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Thank you for reminding me.
Okay, Mayor Ward, I had just two questions of the city manager.
We have one more item, right?
Just real quick, city manager.
She still wants to talk on.
I
council.
emailed you because a resident was following up on, gosh, it's probably been a year and a half now. The council voted for a pilot program west of the I-5 to ban gas-powered leaf blowers. When is that coming back?
I think we'll probably be bringing that back at the August meeting or the first meeting in
Perfect.
September. It's done. It's just a question of getting out of the queue.
Perfect. I figured COVID interrupted that. And then also the Pier Bowl parking lot, the extended meter hours that we sent to the Coastal Commission for approval, which they approved it. When is that coming back for council action?
I don't have an answer for you.
Or does it have to? I guess that's a question for the city attorney.
I don't believe,
For
I think the hours
implementation?
are already approved and entitled for
Yeah.
the city to implement without further council.
that's
approval.
Perhaps, so that's right. So we don't even need it. So implementation can happen anytime then. That's another revenue source for the
Yeah,
city.
I think we're good to go with that permit
Okay,
issue. Yeah.
do we have any idea when that would be, when implementation?
No,
will
so
begin?
we're going to be rolling out, it'll be a press release for Passport pilot program, which the council previously approved, which is basically an app to pay for your parking
Mhm.
meters. And so I think the thought process is to look at that and see if there's a success or not a success with that. It's a pilot program. And then secondarily, we would look at the expansion of the hours. But we want to work, we had some opposition from some businesses and some concerns from residents as regards to extending those hours, how it would affect business retail activity. And so
Didn't
forth.
council already vote?
No,
I'll have to
council
go
did
back
already
to that, yeah.
voted on. I'd have to go back and look at the minutes. You voted and approved,
Mhm.
but I don't know
Thought
what
so.
direction was on implementation timetables.
Right, so if it was going to be eliminated, the extension of hours due to opposition, it'd have to come back for a vote again by
It would not
council
be eliminated without council
to
direction.
undo. Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor Ward. Thanks.
All right. That's it for council comments? Okay, so item 12A.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I brought this item up. It's the second reading of the ordinance. What I'd like to do, if we could, is bifurcate the two votes and kind of flip them. First vote on the ordinance and then the resolution. So I would make a motion that we adopt ordinance number 1715, titled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending San Clemente Municipal Code, Chapter 1.22, relating to fees for the administrative hearings and appeals.
And why are you not adopting
Well,
number one?
That's
after?
essentially the second motion. That's, I would bifurcate, make two motions on this.
Is there a reason you want to bifurcate?
Yes.
All right, so I'll honor that. There's a motion of number 2. Is there a second? And
Trying to understand.
before there's a second, I do want to,
Yeah, this was the ordinance that we looked at last time. It included the pauper provision for someone unable to pay their fee and
what is that amount when someone's not able to pay their fee?
0.
Can you point to where that is in the?
No, but the city attorney probably can.
The one thing I noticed about this ordinance is, we have a city policy to always recover staff costs and staff time. And it looks like the cost for the physical impact is 11,672 that we will be supplementing or, paying more for someone's appeal than they're paying. I just want to point that out. There is a fiscal impact to this hearing fee. And I don't remember the actual fee coming back. This is the first time. Is that why it says first and second reading?
No, I think we approved it at the last meeting.
The 500?
Yes, and we included the resolution.
Who
to
made
come
that
back on
motion?
creating the fee.
That was to come back and talk about it at this meeting, that we didn't say 500. It was to come back and,
There was
Well, that's what I wanna make
there was a
sure.
Discussion, but no decision was made on a fee. The resolution.
there was no fee. So this is the first time the council has seen the $500 fee.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So I just wanted to, for the record, state, this is the first time that we are looking at this. So I think council needs to decide whether they are going to go forward with that.
Yeah, I think
there
that's
is a
the- that's
motion.
The only issue. I think we've already agreed to the new procedure. It's just about what the fee is.
What's the new procedure?
Well, instead of recovering all the costs, there's a set fee and there's also provisions. If you can't pay the set fee, you have a hardship, financial hardship, you don't have to pay any.
Yes, but there's probably, I would ask the city manager, is there conditions for that hardship that they have to meet? And
Yeah, we have those currently already built into place for our water bills, et
Right.
cetera.
No, I understand. I just want to make sure there's a
We would use that
provision for
same
that.
template for guidance.
Okay. So can you explain why you want to bifurcate it?
No.
Will it affect the vote at all?
Well, it may affect the second vote, but hopefully it won't affect the first.
You know what?
And the
I'm
reason-
only
I'll
going to
tell-
do it
I'll
if you
tell you
redo
my
it in the
reason,
order.
Madam Mayor.
Okay.
I'll tell you my reason. I'm supportive of the ordinance.
Mhm.
I'm not supportive of a fee, so I would like to resolve the ordinance. If this council chooses to impose a fee, it's our right. I won't be voting for a fee So that's why I suggested that they be bifurcated.
Okay, well, I'll do a substitute motion that we adopt resolution 2133 entitled a resolution of the city council of the city of San Clemente, California, establishing a fixed fee for appeals under chapter 1.22 of the San Clemente Municipal Code. Number 2, adopt ordinance number 1715 entitled an ordinance of the city council of the city of San Clemente, California, amending San Clemente Municipal Code chapter 1.22 relating to fees for administrative hearings and appeals. Is there a second to substitute motion?
That would include the $500 fee.
I think it's
Yeah.
part of that, isn't
Yeah,
it?
so I'll second
Yeah.
that.
I would make a substitute motion. And the substitute motion would simply be that the two items be bifurcated. And
I
the
believe that
ordinance
was your
voted on
motion.
first. No, that was,
Okay.
I made a motion for one. I didn't make a motion for bifurcation.
So city attorney, I made a substitute motion. He wants to make another substitute motion.
Yeah, so the motion
an
that Mr.
original.
Noblock's making right now is procedural, and so it gets preeminent consideration to any underlying motions. So the motion to bifurcate, you should vote on first and then take it from there.
All right,
So that's my motion.
So I
not seeing this.
I won't support that because I want to make sure we have a fee and the fee part could fall apart if we bifurcate. So
Right, and I think that's the intent.
I'll second his motion.
All right, so
Wha-
there's a motion and a
Don't
second.
believe we should
for
have a
the
fee.
bifurcation.
Chris, why would the fee?
That's why
Because-
he's trying to change it so that we
I'm
can,
not changing.
we'll vote
it.
for the
I'm not-
change in
I'm
the
not
ordinance, but
changing
then we
anything.
won't vote for a fee.
You asked me my reason for bifurcation, and I told you, and it's not to kill anything. I suspect there may be support on this council for a fee. I won't be voting for it, but that's my reason. for
So you're
bifurcation.
asking for us to allow it to bifurcate so that you can vote against, you can vote for part of
I'm
it and
not-
vote
no,
against
I
part.
told you my reason. I won't
That's,
tell-
that's
I
the
won't
reason.
expand on the reason.
I'm just clarifying.
Can I clarify? So I think what Councilmember Noblock wants to do is he wants the opportunity to vote for the change in procedure. But he also wants the opportunity to vote against the fee. correct?
That's what I just said.
Correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay,
That's correct.
all right,
Oh, I can support that.
okay.
Call for the
Okay.
question?
Councilmember Duncan,
this is on bifurcation.
this
right?
is to bifurcate.
No.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Yes.
Councilmember Noblock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
So now our motion is the original motion, is it not? That he made to.
Yeah, I think we're
approve
back.
number 2?
The decks are cleared now, and I think you'd consider the original motion
I
to
think it goes
adopt
to the
the
substitute.
second.
Here's your
item.
motion.
Then do I need to make that motion again?
I don't think
please?
so.
I'd like to hear it again, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance 1715 entitled an ordinance of the city of San Clemente, City Council of San Clemente, California, amending San Clemente Municipal Code Charter 1.22 relating to fees of administrative hearings and appeals. Thanks.
Second.
Councilmember Duncan,
Yeah, I don't know. Well, you just have to trust your council members that they're gonna vote
Okay.
for it.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
So I will make a second motion to adopt resolution 21-33 entitled Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, establishing a fixed fee for appeals under chapter 1.22 of the San Clemente Municipal Code.
Second.
Motion and a second by Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
No.
Councilmember Noblock.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 3-2.
I would like to do the adjournment. Oh, you didn't have a
Yeah,
comment,
just
did you?
yeah,
Okay,
quick
go ahead.
Quick comment, and my comment was, and I appreciate you continuing it. The comment had to do with the Orange County Grand Jury's report on the toll road that recently came out entitled 28 billion for a $2.8 billion toll road. The report is very troubling in terms of the financial management of the TCA. And as disconcerting as the TCA's fiscal management and their attempts to put a toll road through our town, what troubles me almost as much is the press release or the city statement that was sent out on behalf of the city of San Clemente. It wasn't entitled a press release. It was, well, actually, it was a press release of the city of San Clemente. This press release states, it references the resolution and it makes a number of comments about the TCA board. It refers to them as being nefarious, cronyism, theft, bribery, and corrupt. While mismanagement can be addressed, I think that what we're dealing with is a difference of policy. We strongly disagree with the policy of the TCA, but to engage in name calling and accusing someone, either the board of directors or their staff of crimes, even though we're exempt from defamation lawsuits because of our policy as elected officials on this council, I would just want to encourage my fellow council members, two things. Number one, if there's a press release issued by this city on behalf of the elected officials of this city, the elected officials need to have some say in the matter. This is the second resolution this year that's been published without my knowledge, and I presume without the knowledge of other council members. Number two, I would just encourage my colleagues, when we do make comments publicly, when we disagree, even if we disagree strongly and vehemently with public policy issues, that we do so with respect and circumspectness.
Well, I appreciate your comments, but those were quotes from your other city council members. They weren't a quote from the city council. The press release informationally was from the city, but respectfully, those were quotes. And you state that you think it's policy. I happen to think there is some criminal activity there. And I respectfully disagree, but I do understand what you're saying, and I'll take that into consideration.
That's all.
But I was not commenting for the council. Okay, thank you.
All
right.
It's hard to distinguish when the press release says it's a statement of the city of San Clemente.
I get that,
not
but
the
it was two
opinion of
individual
council
quotes from
members.
council members
Well,
that
it
were
was a
just the
quote.
quote. It was
What
individual
quoted
quotes.
was a press release.
I understand
If
what
I
you're
were to
saying.
ask the city manager to send a press release talking about how I accused people of criminal conduct, the board of the animal authority here in San Clemente, and I addressed that, how they manage their funds, and I called them, if I accused them of crimes, I suspect this council would probably have some.
Well, let's be clear. This was a grand jury report. An actual
The grand jury.
issued through a
the grand
judge.
jury, even though they were critical of the TCA, they never said that they were criminals, corrupt.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, yeah.
There was.
Did you quote that?
Yeah, I can certainly quote it. It talked about how he or she led certain vendors to get contracts approved that he or she had once done business with
Had a
previously.
personal interest in. Anyway, that's not to debate. Now
yeah,
I have to stop that
may or may
debate.
not be criminal, but
Okay, well,
But this press release said specific crimes. That was my comment, that you're making
no,
specific.
no, I
allegations,
appreciate
I think was,
your comment, but
Okay.
those were
Thank you.
quotes from us. All right, so I'm going to adjourn in the name of Martin Hannigan, U.S. Navy. And the adjournment is to adjourn regular meeting to be held on July 22nd,
Nope.
2021. Oh, wait, we're changing that, aren't we?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
The suggestion is July 30th.
Has that been cleared through the council?
That's a special meeting, right?
On the
I'm
30th.
bringing it up now because the July 22nd, I believe we would only
It's a
be able to get.
Thursday. It's this Thursday and I can't do it. I have a conflict with OCFA.
And there's another council member that wasn't able to do it,
Right.
so.
So,
Does July 30th work?
I thought this was cleared through every council member.
No, I
have a
Weird
conflict.
I
reason
can't
why
do
we
the
can't do it
30th.
on Thursday, The
Well, I can't,
30th.
the 30th, I can't do it. I'm at a wedding,
Oh.
not mine.
So does staff have an additional date? Do we have to do this by July, end of July?
So no, my other recommendation would be that we go to the following week. I'm just sensitive to the council being on break. We're trying to do it during the week of your interviews because you already have 2 meetings for interviews for your committees. We could look for that following Monday.
I know this is kind of time sensitive because it's our housing element. And so I'm not leaving town.
So the only item is the housing element. correct?
It's the
For
housing element,
discussion.
that's it. So it's nice that it's just a single.
I'll be available. Do we get a quorum or do we want to just?
No, we want to probably do it because it's the
30th?
housing element, but
When I see,
Um,
I see Jennifer there. Jennifer, do you have any comments that you'd like to make?
Chris is gone the 30th, he said.
The first week of August.
Second?
I
Third?
could do-
So week is that?
I could do the
Monday?
26th.
You can't do to the 6th?
No, I can do the 26th, Monday, the 26th. But then we have 3 nights in a row. But
I can do the 26th.
I can do the 26th.
Councilmember Ferguson.
My calendar is at work. I came here straight from work today, so I'll have to look tomorrow.
Well, we have to decide tonight what we're doing because
Well,
we're
if we
going to
think
adjourn
we-
to.
we have a reasonable
If you have a
chance of getting
quorum, go ahead.
quorum, let's-
Let's
Yeah,
go with
decide.
So the
Go
26th?
home.
26th.
Jennifer, does the 26th work for you?
It does. If you want to provide more time, because the study session does not have to happen before the end of July, we could look at August 16th, which is the Monday before your next regularly scheduled meeting.
How does that?
And so it would provide some continuity.
How does that sound? Waiting
The-
till August
the what?
16th is a Monday, and we would have a council meeting on the Tuesday after that. But we're only getting together for one
Just
item.
be a warm up for the 17th.
It will be, but we have to do it by the 17th.
16th is fine too.
Did you say 16?
16th, Monday.
Gives us no room for error.
No, but
It just,
you have to be right on.
Well, if we get a quorum, no, I mean,
Yep.
someone gets sick, that's one thing.
Yeah, there's no, you gotta be on stage, ready to go. All right, so I'm gonna change that to, we are adjourning to a regular meeting to be held on July 26th at 2021 at 6:00 PM for discussing the housing element. This meeting will be held in the Community Center Auditorium located at 100 North Calle Civil, San Clemente. A subsequent adjourned regular meeting will be held on July 27th, 2021 at 6:00 PM for the purpose of interviewing and appointing persons to serve on the city's Human Affairs Committee, Investment Advisory Committee, and Public Safety Committee. This meeting will be held in the Community Center Auditorium located at 100 North Calle Civil, San Clemente. An additional adjourned regular meeting will be held on July 28th, 2021 at 6:00 PM for the purpose of interviewing and appointing persons to serve on the city's Golf Course Committee and Beaches Park and Recreation Commission. This meeting will be held in the Community Center Auditorium located at 100 North Calle Civil, San Clemente. The next regular city council meeting is scheduled to take place on August 17th, 2021. Closed session items will be considered at 5:00 PM and the regular business meeting will commence at 6:00 PM. The meeting will take place in the Community Center Auditorium located at 100 North Calle Civil, San Clemente. And this meeting is being adjourned in the name of Martin Hannigan, U.S. Navy. Second by Mayor Pro Tem.
may I just ask, there was, the motion at the beginning was to adjourn to July 26th?
Yes.
Okay,
At 6:00, is that going to work out?
yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry, I was trying to read it pretty fast.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye,
Carries 5-0.
we are adjourned.